as we get ready for another Friday night lecture. I'm allowed it to fill in a little bit. In order to challenge ourselves, in order to truly embrace our authentic self, one must become Judas to their old paradigm. One must be willing to become the betrayer of the many eyes that are present within themselves in order for them to truly move forward. Assimilating that new sense for ourselves. The quality of our lives is based on the quality of our discipline and our growth. Assimilation. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? We come into this space. You coming into the space with yourself. I know a lot of y'all are feeling the shifts. I've been feeling the shifts. Yesterday, especially, I felt a shift to where I should have. Yesterday, I felt a shift or an impact that hit me, and I was like, ooh. And like I immediately went into that focused state of the energy. When you're coming into your new space, we have to understand that the shadow self, dealing with the shadow, as I've been talking about all week, that shit is crazy. Like the impact, I felt the impact of the wave yesterday. But like I've been like in that ether hard. I've been in that ether hard. So like my first time like coming into this space, I was like, ooh, this shit is like different. It's a different vibe. It's a different hit. But when you're coming into that space, the new gates, the new shifts, everything that you're coming into, everything that's coming into the space where you're coming into now is going to challenge you based on that polarity. We've been getting into that polarity all week, getting into the aspects of the polarity. Within the two polarities, as that pendulum swings, there's the pendulum that swings into impact based on reaction, and then it's going to swing to the other side that is response based on gathering that aspect of the information. I've said it before, listen to learn rather than listening to reply. When we come into that space for ourselves, when we start making those thoughts and having our aspects, when we thinking about ourselves, we come into that space, and one of the things that come up is that impulse, that wanting to act, that wanting to react, that can't wait to say something, that can't wait to jump into it. But where is that coming from? Which one of the eyes within inside of yourself that is into that predisposed narrative for us, based on your environment, based on everything you came into, based on that indoctrination you building yourself ever since you was born, which eye is looking to get attention? Which eye is looking to get attention? This is the aspect of understanding impulse and reaction is always going to be in that continuum, because I'll use this as that example while we're building. Impulse, we can understand, is based on the emotional aspect. So if my emotion, if something triggers that impulse for me to jump, get happy, be mad, be whatever it is, my reaction to follow this thought process, I'm going to get something instantaneous. We've been put into that mindset to get things instantly instead of actually going into the aspects of the response. What did I learn from this formula? If I'm thinking about it as aspect, as that scientist, as the occultist, as that alchemist, I'll use the example of me going to the gym. On Mondays, it's upper body, chest, and arms and shoulders. So now in my mind, I'm not going there based on impulse first. I'm not going. When you go into something based on impulse, when you don't get the necessary reaction, that's when that shit die off and you plateau out. So I do it based on me responding to the information that I'm now using. So that it becomes that science experiment. If I do my workout, and let's say if I hit the bike for 30 minutes, beginning of my workout, I hit the bike. After I hit the bike, I'm working on my triceps. So I go to the machine that's based on triceps. What can I add? What can I add to this to help me be able to now make this more efficient? So now I go grab 2 20-pound weights. If I was going based on impulse, if I walk by into that space, something as simple as when you're observing your environment, looking how you're reacting to it, or based on the response, and I go through my environment and I see niggas lifting like the 50-pound, I see niggas lifting the 50-pound, the 60-pound, the 80-pound dumbbells. If my mind was based on impulse, or I still had an insecurity within myself, this is how you start understanding your shadow. I had an insecurity within myself. Then if I'm sitting over there, I'm looking at them doing that, I'm like, nigga, I can grab that. That's not based on what I'm doing. When you're going based on impulse and that reaction, you're always going to find yourself doing things to fit the narrative and not understanding that you are not that narrative. The workout that I do, the insecurity impulse. We're going to get into these impulses all night tonight. So I'm looking at, I can't take 50 pounds up like this for the workout that I'm doing, incorporating into my circuit. Let me go grab this 20-pound weight and see how that works for me. That's me responding to the information where I'm at. Me looking at the information, me taking in the information to apply it to my space, riding through the aspect that there was a trigger within me. They're in a setting where the workouts that they're doing, they're not doing what I'm about to do. They're in a stationary position. They're sitting there doing arm grabs. I can grab and clean 50 pounds when I do my shoulder workouts, but that's not for what I'm about to do. This becomes the aspect of when you're applying based on the information, based on the response. If you feel a certain type of way, remember all week I've been talking about the aspects of riding the confusion wave, riding that doubt, riding that guilt, allowing that to penetrate, to crack that shell. You need that shell crack. You need that shell crack. You need that rib cage crack so you can get to that heart chakra work. So you could actually start going down deeper into yourself. A lot of us come into that space and be like, nah, we want to skip up to no. Because as long as you're trying to skip steps, you're always going to try to find, similar to the aspects of like using this in that linear fashion, the same way that you'll sit there and do that, and that whatever you have not worked on, whatever you have not dealt with, as you are advancing in these levels into this information, the scholarship, going into this information, that knowledge, you're going to have to deal with that when you get there. So why wouldn't you take the time? Because you scared of time. I know niggas right now, they look like they damn near fucking 40, 50 years old, and they the same age as I am. I'm 27 forever because I found out my soul replenished myself probably back to my core number of 27, even though I'm 35 right now. Like, I'll be 36 in February, but it's never going to show because my authenticity in myself, I'm not showing. I'm further outside of that realm of time. I know what time is. Once you understand discipline, you understand time. You control time. That's the magic aspect. Once you understand it, you're able to manipulate it for your own works. I understand. I know what time is. Right now, what they doing with time? Right now, my man's made a post. And he was like, the scientists are talking about taking a second off of the 60 seconds. Yeah, I'm be 20. I'm be in my late 20s forever. The craziest part about me being in my being in my late 20s was a previous relationship that I was in with a shorty. She was like, my grandfather, because her grandfather raised her. She was like, you're going to have to act like you're 27. I was like, I already look 27. So like, yeah, but you have to act 27. And I didn't know how spiritual that aspect was because I was already within that space. I was like, nigga, I'm 20, nigga, fuck that shit. Nigga, I'll be that forever. But when we coming into this space of yourself, when you're assimilating, when you're building your foundation, you're building that from the fucking scratch of the shit that you learned. We're no longer going to be able, you're no longer, you can still use it, but you'll realize that it's not going to work. We got to embrace that shit. Like we just forever. We locked in our shit. But when you take yourself into that space, are you doing it based on the impulse and trying to get the reaction? Or are you doing it based on the response? You're simply responding so you can get the information. These are keys within your aspects of your shadow work, and when you're dealing with individuals. You can sit there and simply say with yourself, you're going to speak your truth regardless, but are you going to run through with it? It's like, take the simplest explanation. If I say I don't trust somebody, if I say I don't believe somebody, what would make me stay in that position if I've already made the statement that I do not trust them or I do not believe them? It's clearly based on the aspect of I did it based on an impulse. Now I need a reaction. I need them to prove to me why I should trust them. I need them to prove to me why I should believe in them. But why? They're a reflection or a program of you. Ask yourself that same question. This is when we come into that question and answer for yourself. Like, you have to ask yourself these questions first. I have no disbelief, distrust for anything. I'm in a total level of peace. When I first came in, in December 3rd of 2020. We in 2012. We in 2012 now. But that's neither here nor there. We in 2012 now. That means, last year was 2011, but we don't get into that. I'm married to myself. I fully sat there in the position of like, nigga, I'm marrying myself. Because until I move forward, every relationship I talked about in the polygamy lecture, every relationship that I'm going to be in is going to be based upon polygamy. Because when you go into these spaces and you're not in your authentic self and there's still shit that you got to learn, every relationship is going to be based upon the foundation of polygamy. Because two become one. We have the masculine and we have the feminine aspect within each and every one of us. So if I go into a space and I have not healed the divine feminine within inside of me, or even acknowledge the divine feminine inside of me, and I go into a relationship with somebody that even if they're in a unity, they're going to be, if I get into a relationship with a chick, with a queen or a goddess in that narrative, she's going to be in her rightful position as being in that polygamous relationship. Because you're not being authentic to yourself. This is when you start looking at things based on that reaction narrative. Everything down here is built on the impulse and reaction. Everything's built down here to actually teach you how to balance your emotion. So you got to stop looking at it based on emotion, that emotional aspect. You got to stop looking at it emotionally. Oh my God, another person got shot. Stop looking at that shit emotionally. Bobby Hemmett already said over and over and over again, that nigga free. What's really triggering you in that underline is they were gone too soon. Ask yourself that question. Are you doing the work that you need to do so when you transcend, when you go to that next level, have you accepted the aspects that yesterday when I broke down the aspects of the good morning? Why are you getting upset when somebody's telling you good morning? If you're a creator, you an alchemist, you a god, you a titan, that means you should be able to take that and transmute it. What do I need to kill off of myself today? Okay, they telling me good morning, great morning. What do I need to mourn and kill off today? Instead of me sitting there having a whole conversation based on impulse and reacting like, nah, sister, nah, brother, don't tell me grand rising. All we doing is rising over here. Transmute everything. Everything needs the fucking aspect of balance. So if you still got individuals in your space This is how you have to look at that. Yeah. So if I'm inside of my space, and somebody comes at me and they say good morning to me, I'm not going to look. I'm going to listen for a response to inform myself. And this is that key. When you feel like you need to inform somebody that we don't say that over here, that's emotional impulse. You're using the intellectual aspect, or you're using your fucking head. You're not using your fucking heart. You're not using the innocence. You're not centered in your innocence because you feel like it triggered you, so you had to step outside of yourself. And this is when we get into these aspects of assimilating these characters. You've assimilated characters your entire life. I had characters my entire life. All of my characters were assholes. All of my characters were assholes. I remember getting in fights. I remember about to be throwing down, getting in fights with niggas. And I'd be like, ooh, Poppy, you gonna give me a kiss? I fucked their whole head up. Just saying that. I don't know why the fuck I said it, but I was like, ooh, Poppy, you gonna give me a kiss? Ooh, you gonna rough me up real good? Fucking with their head. Because that was based on my uncle, like, teaching us in the aspect of the fight, you gotta fuck up your opponent's head. So I would always say some borderline, I would always say some shit that motherfuckers would think would be borderline fucking gay, and it would fuck up their head. They ain't trying to throw hands. I'm sitting there with the most serious face, looking at them saying this shit to them, fucking up their whole fucking mind, fucking up how they gonna respond. Exactly. Yeah, you gotta fuck up their head. I mean, eat they fucking babies, fuck up their whole fucking head. Because when you're doing that based on the response, and now you're sitting there, you have to sit there with yourself and wait for them to respond. Are they going to respond based on impulse and the emotional aspect? You won. It ain't about win or lose, but you won. If they react on an emotional impulse and now they're in a state of reaction, you already won that battle. Because there's no competition to you. Because they can't even mentally collect themselves to come into the response of the information of what you just did. That's where you at right now. That's the level that you at right now. You should want nothing lower than that. If somebody tells you some shit, like they tell you their aspirations and dreams, and it's a dead end, and you know, like, and they say some shit to you, this is how we start looking at shit when people start saying shit to us. If a motherfucker come to me and they say, I like this, and I'm going to use it to do this, I'm going to respect what they're going to do because now I'm going based on response. So now I can inform them by challenging them. It isn't based on ego. So I'm always in a space I'm always teaching and I'm always learning you're always teaching and learning at the same time. You've mastered that polarity. Once you master that polarity of the teacher and the student, you're now teaching and you're now the student at the same damn time. That's the androgyny within that space. Once you go through the aspects of your shadows, we don't go through these shadow works of these impulses tonight. Once you start getting through these aspects, that's you unifying yourself. Until you do that work and you bring the jet pillar back into fucking balance and you're unified, you shouldn't be focusing on these external aspects or the vices to give you your shit. You should never have to say out of your mouth that I need a relationship to define me. That just simply means that you have not defined yourself. You should not have, if you're saying these aspects, think about the aspect of the definition of an external monologue that you're not having with yourself. Think about the aspects of the inner monologue that you ain't having with yourself. That makes you feel that you got to hold on to a title. For me, everybody that I have a conversation with, everybody that I build with, there is none of this. If I need to depend on a title to make myself significant within a space, I got work to do. If I have to sit here and say, because that's attachment. That's the attachment aspect. The true love of yourself, the self-love in yourself that you are going to reflect is going to be based upon your response and your being self-aware, and then you being in that space of being able to inform yourself, gathering that information based on the response, listening to learn, studying all and following none. That's going to be that balance. That's everything is going to be spontaneous once you're in that mindset. For most people, when it comes to relationships, friendships, since you stuck within that space of going back and forth, I'm going to go to work, I'm going to go home. What is your drive to leave from your house to go to your job? For most people to go to their job, I need to pay the bills. So you're saying if you didn't have the bills, you wouldn't have to go to work, right? So that's the only reason that you're waking up. So you're saying if you had the money, you wouldn't wake up. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying all the bills would be paid. Define it. This is going to be your definition process in your assimilation. Instead of you sitting there into a space, this is why motherfuckers say, I can't wait till I win $1 million. I'm going to do everything else. That's your ego speaking to you. That's the ego. That's the ego of the I speaking to you. Yo, you got to do this because you remember, where did it lead from? Where did it lead from? Appreciate. Where did it lead from? Where was the lead in that? This is when we start looking at these aspects of these impulses. Everything that you've seen over the last, we'll say this, the last 2 years has been based on impulse. Because everything down here is based on impulse and reaction. That's the aspect of you being stuck within the distraction of staying attached to some shit. So you never sit there and be like, nigga, I can't grow, man. Why can't you grow? This is you being honest with yourself. This is going to take a level of honesty that a lot of motherfuckers are not ready for. I remember one second. Had to take that piss. Appreciate it. If you're interested in tapestries, not like this one. I haven't created one like this one yet. But if you're interested in tapestries, the shirts, the clothes, the shoes, Occult Alchemy, myshopify.com. Tap in. Occult Alchemy, myshopify.com. It's in the description for more tapestries like this, and all types of different designs I got in there. But the spirit said, let's engage to our spirits, to our ancestors. I made a post earlier. I was like, somebody y'all grandmother that prayed over your ass. You need to be fucking honoring them. Whoa! All right, let's commence to let the spirit do its work. Everything that you're doing when it comes to your works, it requires removing those vices. Those vices are installed to keep you in line with staying in the space that you in. Your personalities, those characters that you created to stay within your space, to keep yourself where you at. Until you fully integrate with the darkness, everything that's in the light right now is the shit that you got to deal with. Everything that's in that light right now for you, that's what you got to deal with. Because that's only your shadow. That's only your shadow giving you that work. That's your shadow giving you that space, showing you what the fuck it is. Right now, we have external, extreme. Everything that you see in the media is the extreme. Everything you see in the media is the extreme. That's the extreme. That is the actual last aspect of light that has no more power to it. If it's triggering you and you're working on this aspect of the triggers, tonight we're going to break down triggers tonight. That's going to be the main focus when we go into this. Breaking down those aspects of those triggers. When we see a trigger, usually we'll sit down and be like, I don't want to deal with the trigger. What is the trigger? I've heard people always talk about, you got to deal with your triggers. You got to deal with your triggers. But there's nobody defining the aspect of the triggers. That's why Papa Lucifer is here. That doubt, that guilt, that selflessness, that innocence that you try to maintain, all of these faces that you try to maintain in them personalities, those are your triggers. Whatever triggers that is what you have to allow to go in and crack that shell. To crack that shell so you actually be like, I need to do some work here. Why do I feel that guilt? What is this guilt connected to? Because that's going to be your key. And you're like, you know what? Damn, that is what I need to work on. This is going to take a level of honesty and you being vulnerable to yourself. This is going to be you taking those old definitions. I watched if anybody's on Instagram, follow Derek Grace, follow Derek and Chelsea Grace, follow Derek Grace too. That motherfucker's dropping the gems of the aspects of eating with the wolves. But I was watching a video. I watched his wife's video yesterday. She was talking about if she was like about to go make herself something to eat, her man said, man, I want my dick sucked. And she said, okay. It submitted to that point because she was explaining the aspects of what submission really was. I've learned why women I've learned why the goddesses and the queens look in the comments. Me now being fully into my shit, integrating into my shadow self, I know why y'all looking at the comments because I went and looked in the comments. Some chick was like, so we going back to the 1980s? I ain't never submitting to no nigga because that means I'm going to the aspects of weakness. I'm reading through these comments. I'm like, you don't know what submission truly is. You don't know what submission truly is. And then some chick put in there was like, I don't submit, I trust. Trust and submission are two different things. You only can trust as much as depth. You only can trust to the depths that you have submitted to yourself. It's always going to be based on you. Everything that's ever happened in your life is based on you. That's why you always had that thought process. Ever since you was a wee little niño and you was 1-2 years old and you thought the world revolved around you and everything was you knew that it was a reflection of you. You already knew it was a reflection of you. So what do you think you in the space where you at right now? Everything that you're seeing is going to be that reflection. And it's assimilated or created based on the information that you program into it. That's why it doesn't change. So this is when you start looking at the things that you're doing in your life. For example, I had a conversation with a young lady about she booked her session, and she was talking about the aspects of her being celibate until she finds a man. I was like, my suggestion, because I've learned to say my suggestion is do not look at you being celibate until you find the right man. No. Appreciate you, brother. Till you find a man. Everything that you do in the works that you do is primarily based on you. When it comes to celibacy, we getting into all these triggers tonight. When it comes to celibacy, comes to fasting, when it comes to any action that you're doing, when it comes to any action that you fucking doing, it should not be based on until I find this external extremity to define me. Everything that you're doing is to define yourself. So if you're going into a state of celibacy, it's to understand your energy. Because when people think about these aspects, that's where that self-righteousness and that piety come into. And this is when you start hearing the conversation. All these niggas, all they think about is dick and pussy and all this shit, da-da-da-da-da. That's why I'm celibate now. You have created a personality for you to feed in that space. When I was celibate, when I go into my celibacy stages, I remember going into an unconscious celibacy. This was like 10 years ago. And I'd be sitting there like having conversation with brothers, and they'd be like, yo, when the last time you had some pussy? I'll be like, yo, it's been about 5 years. Nigga, it's been 5 years since you had some pussy? That's why you so strong? And then when I go back, when I did that shadow, do that work and go back into that, I'm like looking at them like, nigga, you're saying, what you're saying to me is, the reason that I went 5 years without pussy, and that's why I'm so strong. What you're saying is to me, the information, because you listen based on response, the information that you're bringing to me is that if I submit to an external monologue of I need to get pussy, then I'm automatically on the other side of the pendulum, but I'm going to be weak. But what is the weakness? What is the underlying? See, the key to when we taking in this information and we're applying it to ourselves is understanding why. Is understanding the why. The underlying. Because it's cool to sit there and say, I could take that information and be like, yeah, man, if you don't learn semen retention, man, nigga, you weak. I'm not giving the aspect of why you would be weak. I'm stronger than fucking ever. Because you're looking at it based on the suppression monologue of the original oppression. You're still acting within the old monologues of yourself. You're still acting within the old monologue. It's like, I'm going to get to that, but we on stream real quick. Take the aspect of most of us, for some of us, we were raised in religion. So we were raised in religion to that Jesus was going to save us. So the impulse was, Jesus is going to save us. So when you came into your consciousness and you said, save yourself, you were like, okay, cool, I'm going to save myself. So your impulse and your reaction was to denounce everything that was based upon the religion that you came in on. All that information, your table of contents, all that info, you said, fuck that shit, nigga, I'm going to save myself. Now you got to define how you're going to save yourself. How do you define yourself? Based on the table of contents. That means based on everything that you went through in that space. That's how you define yourself. That's why you went through that point. You created that stream. You can't sit here and say you created it all. You're the original. I'm the original fucking man. I'm the original. And then start taking out things that you didn't create. Nigga, you created it all. Accept it. Accept it. Man, if I accept that, then I'm accepting vulnerability. Nigga, you a God. A God don't fear vulnerability. A God don't have insecurities. A God don't have jealousy. A God is not territorial. No, a God will be territorial to that aspect of that. A God ain't gonna sit there. It's surprising that she's here. But I know she was gonna be here. But that's besides the fucking point. So what are you really saying to yourself based on the impulse? All that information sitting there on the cutting room floor and you don't want to use it. That's okay. More for me. More for the motherfuckers that know how to fucking use it. That's your application process. Impulse versus reaction. I'm going to give some examples of that impulse versus that reaction. She in the building. Impulse versus reaction. Impulse always going to impute a reaction. For most of yourselves in your time, you put yourself into a mindset that you thought was normal. Impulse on reaction. So you did things based on impulse versus on reaction. So you did things basically, You did things just to get a reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, gods and goddesses, kings and queens, shamans, shamanesses, everybody in attendance tonight, guess what? That's the manipulation. When you're doing things based on the impulse to get a reaction, that's the manipulation. That's why if you keep getting triggered by motherfuckers doing shit that's emotionally getting an impulse out of you, making you react, that's the distraction. That's why I can look at Trump and be like, Trump, I said last year when I first started doing lectures about Trump, I was like, Trump is everything that you need. Barack Obama was everything that you wanted. Trump is everything that you need. Fuck that attachment shit. Motherfuckers was mad, like, motherfuckers get mad at fucking Trump, like, yo, Trump is sitting here, doing all this shit. Trump is good for business. Trump was necessary. Trump is the actual aspect of the ritual. Because before you saw Donald Trump, when they gave you Barack Obama, when they gave the humans Barack Obama, they gave them the aspect of there's hope. His whole campaign was on hope. They gave you hope. I noticed that when they had Barack Obama before 2.5 weeks before, exactly 2.5, like a couple of weeks before Barack Obama came into office, maybe even longer, I noticed that the Tide commercials, I remember seeing a Tide commercial. I ain't never seen a Tide commercial with a black family in it. All the commercials while he was going to his running campaign, this is how you start seeing the underline. This is how you start seeing the underline. All of the while he was on his campaign trail, I saw Tide commercials with black people in it. I saw car commercials with black people in them. I saw all types of black people unity commercials. Black people coming together into the change, embracing in the commercials. I saw it in the commercials. That took me back to a space to why when I was between 1 and 2, but when I was between 1, I still didn't vote. Between 1 and 2, all I watched between the ages of 1, 2, and 3 in this cycle, all I watched was commercials. All I ever watched was commercials. You couldn't get me to watch a cartoon, a regular TV show. I ran in the room to watch the commercial and ran back out the room when the commercial was over. That's your authentic self. You tapping back into your authentic self. The shit you did as a kid, that innocent shit that you did, I remember every single day between the ages of 1 and 3, because I remember my birth. I remember all I watched was commercials because the message was always in the commercials. The message led to the show. What was in the commercial? So when that triggered me, I'm looking at a Tide commercial. I'm like, nigga, there's black people in a Tide commercial. There's usually white people in there, or a single white mother, or a single black, whatever. But why is this triggering me? What is this triggering within me? What is this feeling that is being triggered within me? Let me define that trigger. As long as you're not eating, I don't know if anybody saw that post on Facebook. I'm going to share it if I see it again. But somebody made a bologna cake, and it was like with mayonnaise icing and mustard topping. I'm going to post that because that's nasty. Like, you ain't got to go that far. But anyway, going into that space with yourself while you're coming into this authenticity. Your authenticity cannot be defined. When you're truly within your authenticity of your purpose, it cannot be defined by anything else outside of it, period. That real nigga narrative, it don't exist. It don't exist up here. That bad bitch narrative, it don't exist up here. What you're seeing right now, go check out Nino Brown on Facebook. Follow him on Facebook. What you're seeing is, as you start quantifying and you start becoming your authentic self, you're going to start seeing that matriculation of it happening on every level. So you ain't got to worry about the people that are down there that ain't learning yet. I saw that yesterday when I saw Nino Brown. If y'all don't know who Nino Brown is, the nigga that got clowned for being in front of other motherfuckers' houses. He made a video yesterday and he was like, we have to stop being real niggas and become real men. And I'm looking at him based on his actions, what he's saying, how he laughing. Shit. He in that zone. That nigga been a fool all along. Whether he knows it or not doesn't matter. But he's playing the rule of the folk. Playing the goddamn spirit. Can I do this? He's playing the role of the fool. That's not for me to define and say that nigga's still in all that bullshit. When you think talking to yourself, talking about they entertainers, we shouldn't look at the entertainers. They doing all that shit. They doing what they fucking supposed to do. They doing what they supposed to do. You know how much shit I learned from Plies in his Facebook post? You know how much shit I learned from Plies? Exactly. You know how much shit I learned from Plies? When that nigga was saying some shit, that nigga was spitting real fucking shit. Study all and follow. Exactly. Study all and follow fucking none. The only thing that I'm following is my own. The only thing that I'm following is my own fucking heart. I look 50 Cent. What motherfuckers don't understand about 50 Cent, 50 Cent did exactly what you're supposed to do. 50 Cent, he may not admit it, doesn't matter. But 50 Cent took the Jay-Z, that model of Jay-Z, and he took that model. That's why every time he said shit about 50 Cent, every time he said shit about Jay-Z, he was like, he a cool punk. He don't react to shit. Because what the fuck you reacting to? Why the fuck do I have the impulse to sit there and sit and be like, hey, I need to react to that? Stop reacting to everything. That emotional impulse that we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks. The emotional aspect of the impulse will always leave you looking for a reaction. This whole realm is based on the aspect of the reaction. There's motherfuckers right now, and I love them, free energy for me. He never reacts. He don't have to. I remember looking at Jay interviews. I bought the book Decoded. If you ain't bought that, go get Decoded. Go get Decoded. That book was fucking awesome. But when you going into your space and you know what the fuck you are and you in your authentic self, what the fuck's the need to react? Black Lives Matter, fuck that shit. Them shits be fire. If Black Lives Matter don't exist to me, I'm aware of what it's needed for, but it doesn't do anything for me. For me to sit there for 6.5, 12.5 hours giving you why? I'm not following the trends. I'm outside of that realm. You want to be at this level, you got to do that work. That means you got to unify yourself. I'm totally fucking unified. Even the little triggers that pop out, this is when you start understanding these triggers. Yes, you're aware, being aware of everything, that you are the essence of all and you're a part of none is going to be a major key. So when I'm sitting in my space, I'm going to give you an example. Give you a nice example. Those little triggers that are going to pop up when you've been doing your work, the deeper that you get into your work, the more mental it becomes, the more spiritual it becomes. As you're doing your work, you're wanting to transition from the aspects of the physical to that mental to that full aspects of the nirvana of the spiritual. That's what you're going into, because that's what you need to do. Because when it's time for you to leave, you're not doing this based on the old narrative. That's what I was talking about. Take when you were sitting there in the church. You sat there in that church. Now you realize you're going to save yourself. Okay, cool. Define how you're going to save yourself. That's the next level. I can look back at Psalms. I can look back at, because I got a whole Bible that's been coded, that my grandmother coded for me and brought to me in the fucking dream through the ether. She brought me the whole coded Bible, broke it down to like, this is how this is going to work for you. And this goes into the aspects of understanding. Until you've done your work, there's shit that's attached to you that's going to come to you through those channels of those ancestors, the spirits, the shit that you ain't dealt with. That's the shit that you're going to have to fucking deal with. Your ancestors is most people's ancestors talk. When motherfuckers talking about the ancestors, talking about let's revolt, let's go ride on them, let's go revolt on them, let's go ride on them, let's go kill some white people. Them is not your ancestors. I'm gonna tell you that for real. Them is not your ancestors. You know why? Because I'm talking to your ancestors. Your ancestors are never going to bring shit to you that is based upon bias. Period. Your ancestors are never going to bring to you, the spirits that you speak to are never going to bring to you shit based on bias, shit based on time, they're outside of the realm of time. They're not going to bring you anything that's going to feed your insecurity, feed your jealousy, feed what it is attached to you are old aspects or thought forms that they're going to take the form of ancestors that you have not defined. One of the examples for that in my space was, I remember having conversations with something that I thought was my fucking grandmother. I remember having conversations with what I thought was my grandmother. It wasn't my grandmother. Because until I understood it, 1 second. Until I understood it with my grandmother, I'm accepting every motherfucker coming through. Oh, that's my grandmother talking to me. That's my spirit telling me. Everything from your intuition is not based on good. Your intuition is not going to fuel your insecurity. As above, so below. Let me be Baphomet for a second. As above, so below. The shit you ain't dealt down, the shit you have not dealt with down here, guess what? It's going to reflect up there. That's why most motherfuckers are stuck in that lower level astral belt. That's why motherfuckers can't define the spirits that they're talking to. That's based on the aspects of your confidence within yourself. Every spirit that I deal with, I know their fucking name. I know I know the derivative process of getting to them. My grandmother, Oya, my grandmother, Mama Bridget, my grandmother, Saint Martha Myrte, all of them. My grandmother from my father's side, that's nigga, them they're all death. That's the island side. That's all death. That's all the skull. That's all the skulls. Coming to my grandmother's side from my mom's side, that's all the motherfucking hoodoo and the voodoo queens. So Mama Brigitte, all of them, that's all of them. That's the aspect of them. Yes, so when they come into you, for some people, when they come to you, that's why it's so important to ask that question, like, tell me something I don't know. Because here's the reality to it. If they tell you something that you knew, they tell you something that they know, they're a lower level energy. They're a shadow. They're an aspect of your shadow self. They're an aspect of your shadow self. They're still attached to you. When the spirit comes to you, it's based on a connection. That shit like sitting here with my fucking cell phone and my Wi-Fi on. Them motherfuckers come straight to me. I can identify what they are, but that's based on the assimilation of the character that you are. They're going to come to you based on the character that you are. The downloads that you're going to receive are going to be based on the character that you are. I'm in a space where it's like when the information comes to me, it's like, all right, cool. Let me put that into this, that into that, that into this, and that into this. Everything ain't me. When you stuck in this aspect based on the impulse, you'll get that information, and then you'll sit there wondering, I want to share this with everybody. It ain't for everybody. That's why your stream can stop. I notice a lot of motherfuckers, their downloads have stopped because they're using the information. They're not using the information true to themselves. You have to build your authentic self, period. You got to come into this divine union with yourself, period. You can continue, and like, this is the realest shit. You can keep doing what you're doing. Blessings to you, respect to you, but you will be coming back here. Your ancestors, the spirits that you talking to, if you're doing it based on attachment, they laughing at you. We sitting up there like this. We sitting up there sipping like, I mean, they gave me something to drink. All right, cool. So we gonna have this conversation. You just opening up gates for other individuals to get up there. The assimilation of these characters that you have created that keep you and yourself of being protected because you're afraid to be vulnerable. You will be able to tell when you're being vulnerable because you'll have the impulse to react to the situation. Every motherfucker that stood out there during a fucking protest when the porn star got fucking shot and got knee on his head, everybody that responded to that, oh my God, Black Lives Matter. I got to go to a protest. I got to go to the protest. I got to stand out there. I got to do this, this, and this. I know of one individual that I rock with that he's part of we soul tribe, we brothers. That went out there and what he said, it was an aspect of when he was like, what if motherfuckers looked at it from the outside or the external, not really knowing when he was dropping his book information, he was telling them motherfuckers like, nigga, you need to look into your fucking self. That was the only time I saw him out there. When it's coming into this space of the shit that's going on, you got to know your place based on your authenticity, or else you're going to be reacting to everything, trying to be within everything. This boils down into the people that are around you in your environment. The people in your environment that you used to depend on, fuck them. But they gave me a shirt when I was cold. They gave me some food when I was hungry. They gave me a bed. They gave me a couch to sleep on when I was sleepy. Fuck them. I'm going to tell you why to say fuck them. Because why did they come into that position? This is when you understand imbalance. Every time you was doing bad, they were there. Where were they at when you were in the aspects of you were growing and going forward? Where were they at when you were going forward? The motherfuckers, the people that are in your life, if they're not challenging you, if they're not challenging you, making you forcing, if they're not challenging you, forcing you to compartmentalize your ego and look into those eyes, fuck them. I said this earlier on in lectures. They were there when you were doing bad. They were there when you were doing what you can. But now that you're doing what you want, they're not there anymore. Do you notice that? Doing what you want takes more discipline than doing what you can. Assimilating and building yourself from scratch, building your platform, whatever platform it may be. It don't have to be. The LLC mentality is not based on you having to create a business, sell crystals, sell stones, do spiritual work, saturate this shit. Don't do that. If your spirit ain't speaking to you based on that level, that's not for you. Your authentic self can be you still working that 9-to-5 job, but you still have some lessons to learn. This may not be your cycle out of here. This is another thing motherfuckers got to get comfortable with. This may not be your cycle out of here. Because everybody want to go into this space of, nigga, this is it. All of it, we leaving this time. We leaving this time. No, this may not be your cycle out of here. You got some shit you got to learn. I've been here for 6 cycles. This is my last cycle. This is the 7th cycle. This is my last cycle. In this cycle, everything that I've learned from the previous cycles, I remembered. This is going to be your key. When it's your last cycle, when you come back through that birth, when you come back to your ending and you come back into that baby phase, you're going to remember everything. You're going to remember everything. It's going to show on your face. It's going to show in everything that you do. You're going to remember everything. I promise you, you're going to remember everything. Because I remembered everything this time. My first 3 cycles, that's when I had my children. My first cycle, I had my 2 sons. My second cycle, I had my son and my daughter. No, I had my 2 daughters. In my third cycle, I think I'm mixing them up. My third cycle, I had my son and my daughter. In this cycle, my baby sister, which is the Sagittarius, which is my South Node, she was my daughter in my second cycle. My first 2 sons, one was a Scorpio, one was a Leo. My oldest son in my first cycle down here is my North Node. My second son was my Leo or my moon sign. When that shit start coming online, you ain't got no reason to fuck. You'll know when you in the right space because you ain't got no reason to be mad no more. What you mad at? What you upset about? I'm down here laughing. I'm down here laughing at them. Exactly. Not going to that light. Your shadow self in this space for you healing yourself, that's going to be your main key. But this is the depth of letting go. When motherfuckers talk about letting go, we take it to the surface value. It means I got to let go of friends. I got to let go of family. It's deeper. In letting go, you're letting go of all aspects of you sitting here, nigga, this is my time to get out of here. Because if you focus on that, remember, your intention is powered by your attention. So if your intention is based on not coming back here, your intention to learn will be augmented on based on not coming back here. So you're going to skip steps. You're going to skip them steps that you need to tap into. There's no more skipping steps for me. I fully accepted that I'm the manifestor generator. I learned that I was a manifestor generator in this life. I've been that in all my lives. But it's the first life that it came up. Oh, it's time to leave. I was in Pleiades. I was rocking in Pleiades. In this life, in this cycle, when I started doing the podcast, nigga, me touching them keys and putting them beats together, that's just like second nature. That shit's online now. That's based on your work. You got to do this work. That repression narrative for myself, I'm done with it. Your shit is based on the aspect of coming into that response, learning how to respond. Me being a manifestor generator, I had to learn how to respond, and I'm the initiate. I'm the initiator. Ain't no initiation for me. I'm the initiator. When I look back at the previous 3 cycles, I was initiating all types of shit. I give you this mantra. I give you this mantra straight from the download. I am the Judas to the old paradigm. I am the Judas to the old paradigm. I kiss the cheek of the old paradigm to usher in the reign of the Titans. That's your fucking power. That's how powerful you are. I am the Judas to the old paradigm. Motherfucker like Judas was a betrayer. I betrayed the old paradigm. In the aspect of me being in betrayal, I challenged the old paradigm. I shall kiss the old paradigm on the cheek. My North Node is Scorpio. That's what I'm supposed to do. Start living in your fucking authenticity, your fucking power. Stop sitting there in your fucking self. You like, I'm afraid to say what I need to say because if I say it, then motherfuckers gonna let them do whatever you're doing is supposed to do it. If you trigger somebody's sadness, happiness, madness, your Aries, that means your conflict, Aries North nodes, that means your conflict is going to be within accepting your shit and looking at the old shit. Like my South node is Sagittarius. My North node is Scorpio. No, my North node is Gemini. That means in order for me to fully embrace the aspect of the Gemini, me splitting, that means I got to understand the masculine and the feminine aspects. Everything is in tune to where it's supposed to be. My North node right now is Gemini. That is me understanding the masculine and the feminine aspects to bring myself into unison. My rising is Scorpio. Therefore, there's a passion to me bringing that unity into myself. My rising is Aquarius. My moon is Leo. And somewhere Virgo is somewhere in there. So everything's based on me coming into this new experience. The authority of yourself. Yeah. That's your key. Learning yourself. I remember looking at the Love Alchemist. He's here with us now. And he made a post that was so profound to me in the thought process that I've been expounding upon that because that came into the aspects of impulse versus reaction. This is when you know you're in your space where you need to be. And there's no competition. There's no more competition for you. There's no more veil for you. There's no more shadow for you. That shit don't exist. Be the fucking monster. Be the fucking monster. Me being in the space that I'm in building the foundation for yourself. Building your foundation in your truth. Your foundation is going to be your foundation is going to challenge every intellectual counterpart that keeps you within the emotional impulse. Your truth to yourself is going to challenge every emotional impulse that you come into. There's like you sitting into a relationship. Be the fucking wolf. Be the fucking wolf. Learn the games that the wolves are playing. Motherfuckers sitting down here right now mad at motherfucking Bill Gates. They're mad at fucking Trump. They doing exactly what they're supposed to do. What are you learning from it? How are you transmuting that information into yourself so you don't have to come back here? Because everything that they're doing is telling you not to come back here. So how are you transmuting you using that energy not to come back here? Instead, you want to sit there and be like, I don't watch the news because of this, because I know that it's a lie. Okay. Everything is the truth. The truth is permitted based on the depth to yourself. I came up in the era when I met my father. My father was that literally whenever you heard rappers talking about I had to go to Poppy to get something to sniff from, that was my pop. My pops was one of those implements. My pops was a poppy that you had to go get your shit to sniff from. When I learned from my pops side, my father's side of life, my father's side of the life, being in the underworld, being in the darkness, I ain't seen no more. I didn't see more balance and organization in that space than I seen in anything else. They went to Mass. After they left Mass, they went to the Santeria meetings that they went to. This is the shit that happened on the island. Niggas don't understand that shit going on to that fucking island life. Do you start understanding why the fuck you went to every aspect? I'm going to tell y'all a story. I'm on my first time going to Jamaica. My father ushered in the trip for me to go to Jamaica. And I remember it was the first time I met the three kings in Jamaica. It was the first time I met the three kings in Jamaica. The kings of Jamaica. Me and my cousin went. I'm laughing at my cousin because my cousin's scared as fuck. My cousin's scared as hell to be in Jamaica because we weren't on the resort no more. Take the scene from Belly when they saw the nigga with the feathers in his hair and take that up shit. Take that shit up to 10. Turn that shit up, break the knob. That's where I went to go look at. I'm sitting there loving that shit. I'm sitting there dancing. I'm sitting there dirty whining with the chicks. I'm assimilating my true self. Every time that I was in a state of chaos, I was in my true self. Because I learned balance within the chaos. You ain't gonna learn balance outside of chaos. You ain't gonna learn balance outside of chaos. You ain't gonna learn balance outside. That's why that pendulum swings. You ain't gonna learn chaos. You ain't gonna learn balance outside of chaos. You ain't gonna learn balance outside of the impulse. Because until you're within the impulse, until you're within the reaction, you're going to suppress your energy. I don't want to act that way anymore. That's why you went through that stage in your life. That stage when you was out there pimping them niggas and niggas was tricks. That stage when you was out there pimping them chicks and you might have did a bad job at it. I don't know. But when you was in that space, you needed to learn from that. That's why it was there. My uncle was a pimp. And my father was the dealer. My father was the connect. And my uncle was a pimp. My father was business minded in the aspects of being the dealer, being the connect. Business minded as fuck. My uncle, that motherfucker was the pimp. I went to school for psychology and business. My uncle looked me dead in my fucking eyes with the Riddick eyes. It was like, you are a legal pimp. You're taking psychology, you're majoring in psychology, and you're majoring in business. You're a legal pimp. I looked at him and was like, how am I a legal pimp? I was like, wait, I am a legal pimp. I'm only flirting with your soul. I'm only giving your soul what it needs to. I'm only giving your soul what is required for it to grow. That's the aspect of you coming into understanding how to inform, how to initiate based on being informed. When you're coming into these spaces, when you're coming into yourself, that shadow work for yourself, you dealing with yourself, following your intuition is going to be your guide. Your intuition at first, when you're coming into the aspects of your shadow work, your intuition, when you're coming into your shadow work, in first, you're going to look at it based on bias. It's okay. The triggers of the biases got to be initiated first. This is when I tell every individual, exactly, it's very true. This is when I come into spaces, when I'm talking to individuals, when I'm talking to clients, when I'm doing the meetings with people. What comes up first is what needs to be dealt with. Stop looking for the result. Let me use an example. 1 second. This is our bonding section. While you coming into yourself, the magic within yourself, you're already magic. Everything's already online. You just got to activate it. Everything's already online within you. You just got to define it outside of the biases. We're going to use this candle right here as an example. This is a triple threat candle. On this candle, I'm not going to read Spanish still. It's a jinx removing candle. It's a business, finance, find your woman, find your attraction. When you're non-invoiced to your aspects of what you're coming into your work, take this candle, for example. I'm going to sit that candle right there. This is a jinx removing candle, removing those barriers to that space. Somebody that's not confident within themselves, they'll look at this candle and they'll read it for what it is. So you'll read it based on the surface level. That's a reflection of you only reading yourself on the surface level. So I read this candle on the surface level. I'm like, okay, it's a jinx removing candle. That means it's going to help me get my businesses, my finances. I'm going to be able to play my games and hope it hands for my success. Okay, sit that candle right there. As soon as you start doing the work and you like this candle, you set your intentions. I want to remove the jinxes or the curses from my life. I want to remove what is not suitable or does not serve a purpose in my life. You like that candle. You set your intentions. You start noticing that your family that you're not having the conversation with, they start falling off. You start noticing that those friends and that job, you might lose your job. You start noticing that that job is now in question. You start noticing that these aspects are now in question. Now you sit there and look at yourself. Impulse, reaction versus response and information. The informing. If your impulse kicks you to say, but that's family. What is your definition of family? My definition of family, my soul tribe, they support and they challenge my growth in every level. That means the conversations that we have as family They challenge my growth and support my shifts. That means looking at your fucking family. Looking at your family. That conversation that you're having with your family members, is it supporting your growth? And when we talk about family, we get deep into that aspect. That means that baby father, that means that man that's in your life, that means everything in that space. Are they challenging your growth? Are they asking you questions that are challenging your growth? Are they supporting you based on your growth? This is going to take you out of attachment. I promise you, sis. I promise you, bruh. This is going to take you out of attachment real quick. Real fucking quick. It's going to take you out of attachment. Why it's going to take you out of attachment? Because you're coming into connection. Because you now have to start questioning yourself. Are you doing things based on that? Are you doing things based on that impulse? And that you're getting a reaction based on the impulse? That means you ain't loving yourself. This is where motherfuckers have made shit normal in the aspects of growing themselves or grooming yourself. Never, based on how my mother taught me, what my mother taught me, what my mother taught me, my father taught me. My pops taught me. He was like, every time your grandfather took us to the laundromat, this is shadow work. Every time your grandfather took us to the laundromat, I gave that nigga gas money. I offered to wash that nigga's clothes. My pops, even though he wasn't, you take yourself out of the bias. My pops didn't love me. My pops called me. I could get stuck in my pops called me, said I was fat when I was 5 and all of that shit. That was to activate that my pops also taught me the aspect of reciprocation. He was the first identifier in the aspects of reciprocation. Make sure that your energy is clearly set within the reciprocation based on your boundaries. Make sure there's always a clean way in and a clean way out. That's what my pops taught me. Now, whether my pops is conscious of it or not does not matter. The fact that I have that information within me, that's me healing my lineage. That's me healing my lineage. Taking the information that was built within that space, taking the trauma that activates that, because the trauma is the energy that activates that. You need that trauma, that chaos catalyst to activate, to apply the information. My pops taught me. My mother taught me how. My mother taught me 10 years old in the kitchen. My mother had me 10 years old in the kitchen. My aunt had me 14 years old in the kitchen. My grandmother had me like 16-year-old in the kitchen. Both my grandmothers, my abuela and my grandmother. Island life and on land life. They all taught me the same thing. I can take that information, I can transmute it into this space. Nigga, cook for yourself. Feed yourself. That's going to be the love within yourself. That's going to be that's what I came up with my shadow work. When you're doing your shadow work, it's personal to you. When you hear motherfuckers talk about, yo, you got to get in deep into yourself, I'm here to give you the information of those experiences that are within inside of yourself. So when my grandmother, my abuela, when I met these individuals in my life, they were all lessons. You got to take the emotion out. I didn't have a mother when I was little, and my mother did me wrong. Guess what? You living through the life of your mother doing you wrong. So now everything that your mother does in this moment in time, until you learn how to parent yourself, you're going to be using your mother until you take this accountability and responsibility in your own life to become your own mother. I'm my own mother. I'm my own father. I'm my own brother. I'm my own sister. I'm my cousin. I'm my aunt. That is me. This is the in-depth of the aspects of you being unified and being married to yourself. I'm married to myself. Married to myself. Holy matrimony, Papa and Lucifer, because here's the key. Lucifer, the original energy of Lucifer is the feminine aspect. That's why Lilith came in. The Osiris energy with a feminine aspect first. You got to get deep into it and allow yourself to embrace it. So Papa, that's Baron Samni, that's Papa Legba, Obatala, all of those energies for myself, that's my masculine aspect. I've learned how to interface each one of these energies. There are lower aspects to kill my humanity, and the higher aspects to embrace my God self, and that's the Papa aspect of my name. Define your shit. The Lucifer energy, that's Lilith, that's Mama Brigitte, that's Oya, that's Tiamat, that's all the feminine aspects. Papa, Lucifer. Your name is the embodiment of your energy. This is why you got 95 motherfuckers saying they fucking Oyas, but can you ask them the question? Are you the muddy? Which Oya are you? Are you the Muddy Waters Oya? Or are you the beautiful Oya that we see in most of the pictures? Which one are you? Start questioning. This is the depths of questioning everything. When you coming into your space, when you building yourself into your space, there's the levels into everything that you're doing. When we talking about shadow work, the ultimate aspects of shadow work is removing all biases. You'll know when you've reached the level of the nirvana, so you can start building. Like, for example, I got Buddha sitting over here, reached nirvana. You're in peace. It's based on your awareness. That's why I can sit here and say, fuck Black Lives Matter. Why would I need to define myself as being black? I ain't been black for about 3 years. I ain't been the definition of black for about 3 years. I ain't been black for about 3 years, period. I ain't been black for 3 years. Now, motherfuckers can sit there and try to say, oh, that nigga a coon, he ain't claiming his nationality, his heritage. That means that nigga, I learned from the Moors. Everything that you're taking in is going to be based upon the aspect of you assimilating it into you creating to your authentic self. That's why it's coming into your space. So if you seeing 95 Moors on your fucking Facebook page, your Instagram page, coming up and giving you information about being sovereign, how are you taking that information to become the freedom to yourself? I'm sovereign without the paperwork. All right, cool. You sovereign. You're a sovereign individual. You're still dependent upon something. That's the independency. That's the attachment. Because now you got some paperwork, but why are you still in this? Why are you still in the United States? I didn't go get that paperwork. I got my passport coming soon. Man, you get that This is when you start understanding also when niggas start trying to put fear into your shit. People are going to put fear into your information based on an indirect current, a direct current, or the underlying current. The direct current is saying when they come out to you and say, Nigga, you sure you can do that? The indirect current is, yo, maybe you should do this. The underlying current that we really need to pay attention to, fuck the words, fuck the actions, go into the patterns. The pattern is going to be in the underline. The underline is, you know, if you leave the country with that passport, you might not be able to come back. Ain't that the point? Ain't that the point of everything that you're doing in the aspects of your work? To not come back here? So you mean to tell me if I go grab my passport and I go to Brazil next week and they say I can't come back into the state, what's stopping me? Why do I need to come back here? Layers, the levels. When you're defining yourself, you're creating those layers. When you're vulnerable to yourself, you're open to learn and to teach at every level. This is you becoming into that single ass bond to yourself. If I got my passport tomorrow and I went to Brazil and they said I couldn't come back to the States, I'm good. Why? Because I've already built my environment to sustain in every environment. My environment is not based upon attachment. My environment is based upon my connections to myself, the truth or the authenticity to myself. Yeah. If you can't come back, that means you ain't supposed to come back here. Trust the process. If I went to Brazil tomorrow and I couldn't come back here, I still can do the podcast. This is the things you think about. I still can do the podcast. I still can do readings. I still can do shadow. I can still do shadow work consultations. I can still do everything that I need to do or that's within my purpose. Take yourself out of the mindset that you need to be where you're at right now to do what you're doing. Take yourself out of the mindset that you need to be where you're at to be doing what you're doing because you're paralyzing yourself. Everything you're doing is primarily to the aspects of understanding yourself. Everything else falls into place. I remember, I give you an example. I remember studying psychology to understand my brain, to understand my own mind. I didn't start using the psychology narrative directly and consciously until 3.5 years ago. When I started saying, damn, I'm doing everything a psychologist does. I never even thought about this. Your true purpose, there's no limits. You got two paths that you're going to be on. This is the next section we're about to get into. You got two paths. You got two paths that you're going to be on. We bringing them paths in tonight. The path of errors is full of dead ends. The path of errors is full of dead ends. The path to your authentic self is full of stops. The path of errors is full of dead ends because it will force you to turn around and move forward and face what you need to face. The path of errors is full of dead ends because it is to force you to turn around and face what you are running from. The path to your authentic self is full of stops for you to sit there and embrace and allow yourself to submit to the information. The path of errors is based on impulse and reaction. So look at yourself right now. Look at yourself. This is when you join to that self-love of yourself. Shadow work is always going to be going on as long as you're here. Are you moving based on impulse or are you moving based on reaction? That's how you know you reached that dead end. Because the dead end is going to make you mad. It's going to trigger you. It's going to make you upset. It's going to force you to turn around. But from that path of error, that dead end that forces you to turn around, it's going to force you to sit there and stop for a moment and look at yourself. And now that you're in that side of that space, yes, you got to embrace that feminine. The dead end is the feminine is the stops. You know when you're on the right path because the feminine aspect is it's the stops. The feminine aspect is the stops because it's going to force you to embrace guidance and embrace wisdom. Wisdom is only based on knowledge that is applied. Wisdom is only based on knowledge that is applied. That's how you become into that guidance. There's motherfuckers out here right now, masculine and feminine, women and men, that think you got to take yourself out of that aspect and thought that masculine simply means the man and feminine simply means the woman. You separating it. When we come into that law of that gender, everything has a masculine and a feminine aspect. We teaching tonight. And your dealer, your shop, your dealer don't have what I have. Coming into that space, everything has the masculine and feminine aspect. That means that's what's created within that space. So your path is either going to be created based on the knowledge or the masculine aspect, the provision aspect, the protecting aspect, and the feminine aspect. So now you got to ask yourself the question. Simple example. Break it down simply. If I didn't have my father in my life, what would my reaction be to the present sense? I had two fathers. This is when you start looking at your space and you start looking at things, you're removing the biases. And now you're going based on response. Remember, you're going into the aspect of responding. You're going into the aspect of using the information. This is the age of the Aquarius. If you want to use this as the age of Aquarius, this is the age of information. This is the age of informing yourself, being honest with yourself, being vulnerable with yourself. Being vulnerable with yourself has never been more prominent. Being real with yourself has never been more prominent. You ain't got no choice because your shadows are more dense. Remember, we went from density 7 to density 12. Density 12 is the aspect of your shadow being right there in your face. So all of that shit that you have now you've been using all of them years, you now have to define it to take it forward. This is where people get scared of in defining these aspects to move forward. That's your aspect. Define that friend, define that family member, define that job and what it is based on being honest with yourself. How is that helping you move forward? Your studies. Are you studying based on the primary of understanding yourself or to stay within that space? Everything that I study challenges me. Therefore, everything that's within my space challenges me to learn and to stay on my shit, to stay on my square. When you do your shadow work, the shit is going to shift automatically. Everything behind that in that thought process is going to shift with your thought process in them old environments. You'll know if you're repeating your ends in those dead end shits if you keep going back to the same environment and they keep using it for the same shit. You ain't missing shit. You ain't missing anything. If I decided tonight, if I was like, nigga, I'm not doing a Friday night lecture, If I wasn't doing a lecture tonight, and I said, okay, cool, I'm not going to do a lecture tonight, I'm going to go out and hang out with some niggas. All right, cool. Hang out with some bitches, whatever came up to that point. I'm going to get everything based on the lesson because now I'm going from teacher to student. That means while I'm in that space, I'm in student mode. That means I need to embrace what I'm learning within that space. That means if I'm led to go do that, I'm in student mode or I'm in my teacher mode. Right now, I'm in teacher mode, but I'm also learning. That learning is always going to be apparent. That's why I can look over at the comments. I'm like, nigga, everybody's on point in that vibration. Everybody's on that like-minded aspect. It's hitting everybody in their heart. It's hitting everybody how it needs to hit everybody. That's you coming into your authentic self. You looking at yourself right now in the space that you in. You got to be honest with yourself. This is why I tell everybody honesty is the most important aspect. Honesty is not based on bias. That means this is how you know you got to do more work. If you are reacting to it, that means your first response is based on reaction. Well, I said this and I did this and I did this and you didn't. Or you feel like you being played. You feel like somebody's hitting at you, harping at you. Ask yourself the question. Ask yourself the real fucking question. Am I playing myself? Am I learning myself? What am I running away from? What repressed memory am I running away from? It shows up in my dreams. It shows up in my dreams. It shows up in my everyday life. What am I running away from? What am I doing? Follow that trend. I don't fear being embarrassed. I don't fear being guilty. I don't fear any of those aspects. If I have a trigger that's making me feel embarrassed about what I'm presenting, then that means I need to follow that trigger. That's a trigger I need to follow. Self-awareness is going to bring you into that space of your balance. Self-awareness is going to bring you to that state of your balance. Let's get back into that magic aspect. You're magic. You're the original. You're the creator. You're the chaos. You're the titan. You're the god. You're the goddess. That's what you are. You're the shaman. You're the priestess. You have to define yourself within that space. For me to be a shaman and a healer, I had to define the healing aspects of healing myself first. For me to be a shaman, I had to define the aspects of where I had to die first. Being a shaman, being a shamanist, you have to experience death. I've experienced death 3 times in the physical aspect. I died 3 times on the table. The first time, they were like, you didn't respond to anesthesia. And I had a high complex to that. I was like, nigga, I need all that. Get me high. That was during a knee surgery. The second time that I had to go through an aspect of my second death was a neck surgery. My third death was my shoulder surgery. Every time I went on the table, I died. Every time I went on the table, I died. 1 second. Every time I went on that table, I died. Every time that I died, I had to go back through a stream of the previous deaths. This is your death that you killing, like you killing yourself in the physical form. I'm gonna read something from this book in a second. Every time you die, you are unlocking aspects of yourself, riding that wave to the death. For me being a shaman, my death was in a more intense state that I had to remember all of my past deaths. That's why my shit was always so intense. When you come in to see your space and you realize that you got to die, that this is the ultimate aspect of letting go, you got to die from being a sister. You got to die from being a brother. You got to die from being a son. You got to die from being a father. You got to die from being whatever aspect that you defined yourself in. That old title that you gave yourself within that space of your life, you got to die from. You have to allow that to die. That's the only way you're going to get the information and understanding what you are within that space. And that leads to my aspects within this aspect of the book. Occult, Alchemist, the book club, and secret society is coming. We putting that together. I'm going to read this aspect from this aspect of the book, but I got it bookmarked. It is urgent for us to observe ourselves from the moment to moment with the purpose of clearly knowing the foundation we depend upon. When we discover that which offends us the most at any given moment, when someone bothers us by the dint of one thing or another, when we then discover the foundations of the psychology of what we depend upon. Such foundations constitute, according to the Christian gospel, the sands upon which we have built our house. It is necessary to carefully notice when and how much we despise others. Perhaps one feels to be superior because of one's academic degree or one's social position, or because one has acquired experience or money or etc. It is terrible to feel oneself rich, to feel one superior to this or the fellow because of one reason or another. People like this cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. That means you ain't not entering your higher self. It is worthwhile to discover what flatters us, what satisfies our vanity. This will show us the foundations we depend upon. Nevertheless, such type of observations must not be something merely theoretical. We don't get deeper into that aspect. We're going to build a spawn upon that. Your job don't mean shit. Your job don't mean shit. Your job is your career, is your culture, don't mean shit. How much money you got don't mean shit. How many books you reading don't mean shit. None of that shit don't mean anything until you apply the information based on your observation to yourself. Because now you stuck within those the cognitive biases. Now you feel that you're better, or you feel that you have. If you're in a state that you feel you got to compete with somebody, you got some work to do. If you are in a state where you feeling you got to compete with somebody, you got some work to do. Yes, exactly. I have no competition, period. I have no competition, period. You have no competition, period. If you feel you have competition, that's where the trigger of insecurity kicks in. If you feel you have competition, that's where the trigger of insecurity kicks in. That's where you're always going to have the impulse that you need to find the truth in some other person. Guess what you need to start doing? Find that truth inside of yourself. Because that's ultimately what you're doing. When you're sitting there like, I need you to tell me all of this so I can feel better about myself. That's basically what you're telling yourself. I stopped doing that a long time ago when I got into that true healing process of myself. When you're truly in that healing process, you're not looking for something externally to set the narrative of what you are. That's when you get stuck in wearing dashikis, and this is when you get stuck in wearing dashikis, and I want to wear all the crystals, and I want to wear all the stones. Everything that's on me is everything that's within me or on me is based on the invoked energy of my understanding of using that energy within my space. The only way that that energy becomes prominent within your life is when you remove the vices of the external and learn how to put that into yourself. I don't wear a pentagram around my neck in the aspects of when I wear this, I'm protected. When I look down at this, subconsciously, this is imprinted in my mind that this is my seal of my protection. So when someone else looks at me and they see the pentagram, their thought process, that nigga worships the devil. That nigga is a witch. You're right. Because I'm going to transmute that energy into what this means to me and my symbol in my mind. This is my protection. That's my knowledge applied. My quartz. I'm going to put on the quartz and then I'm going to feel like I'm clearing out my energy and negative energy. No, my quartz is defined. Exactly. Everything this is lapis azul. This is the aspects for my psychic energy. It's programmed to my psychic energy, my psychic in tune, all of my clairvoyances. It's not based on, I don't have to, the more that, if I sat here and showed y'all this stone, like, yo, this gives me my psychic powers, this gives me my psychic abilities, that means I'm dependent upon this. I'm going to give y'all a fucking story. This is Moldavite. This is Moldavite. If you get true Moldavite, that shit's always over damn near $80. I couldn't find my Moldavite for about a month. I remember I had it in my hat. I sat it somewhere. I sat it down. That bitch disappeared. From that aspect, it was like impulse or response. This stone disappeared. I found it on my altar later on when I was setting up the altars today. When it goes away, guess what you need to learn? You need to learn to live without that shit. This is the depth of you being alone with yourself. This is the depth of you being alone with yourself because you're learning to break away from dependency. I woke up Wednesday and I hugged myself during my meditation. The last 3 days, I'm going to talk about, hug yourself for 10 minutes and record that experience. Everything that you're doing within your space right now, those shadows and the things that are going to stop you, those impulses are going to come up. When I hug myself at 5 a.m. while I'm doing a meditation, there's no impulses for me to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm not looking around like, is anybody looking at me? And I'm not doing none of that dumb shit. This is your shift. This is you coming into your space. These two stones down here. This bottom stone is dark amber. I forgot the name of it, the official name of it. But this stone right here is the aspect of its enhanced or its ability is defined into the aspects of health, and healing. This is my, I want to say my moonstone emerald. It got the gold flakes in it. This is the aspects of my wealth. I don't need any of these pieces to define me being within that space. When I put them on and I look down, I forget sometimes. I forget what the fuck is there for. That's your key. This is when you know you're doing the aspects of your work within your discipline. When you simply, like, because above one of my altars, all of my stones hang because they're always charging, grabbing in that energy. Some days I might put on one set of stones, and another day I might put on, if you see Meditate and Elevate, I'm putting on different sets of my stones. I always keep my bracelets usually the same because I'm led to put on certain aspects at certain times based on the knowing of yourself. This is you knowing yourself. But you have to discipline yourself by removing those external vices. Like right now, someone could look at me and be like, that nigga is smoking a lot. You don't know what's inside of this. You don't know what's inside of this. This is a special set of herbs that I use to appease my higher self. This is a special concoction that is on each one of the altars inside of my space. I'm appeasing my higher self. I'm indulging my energy. I'm indulging my energy. Yeah, that bias shit gonna get bias. You remaining in that state of bias is gonna get you in more trouble because now you're moving on. Bias is going to keep you within the emotional impulses, keeping you based on reaction. Being pro-black, being a Moor, being a Mason, being an Eastern Star, being in one of these groups is always going to keep you in a state of impulse. I watched a little clip, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I sat here with a fucking star and fucking, I'm in a square and a compass around my neck, and I went around yelling that I'm a fucking, I acknowledge that I'm a Mason. That means that motherfucker can't shoot me. I'm a Moor, and then nigga can't shoot me, and then nigga shoot me. Guess what you became? By accepting the external narrative, you naturally become a martyr. By accepting the external narrative, you become a martyr. By accepting the external definition, you become a martyr for that. So if you call yourself a mother, a father, I'm a father to my kids, and I got to make sure my kids get what I didn't have. If you die as a martyr, as a father. That's what you will be remembered as. That's what you're going to cycle back down here as. Now, everything you defined under being a father for my son, for my daughter, for my son, for my daughter. I'm a son and my daughter, and I'm doing it for my son, my daughter, my wife. What you're telling yourself is, this is your program. When you recycle down, you're going to come back as your son. You're going to come back as your wife. You're going to come back as your daughter. You're going to come back as your, whatever it may be. Whatever you define yourself as, now you have created the aspect. When you come back through your space, now instead of you being the uncle, you're now the nephew. Instead of you being the father, now you're the son. Remember what you're defining yourself as, because that's what you're going to come back down here as. Until you master whatever it is. Because that's, while you're down here, you're setting up your next soul contract based on, If you're stuck with an attachment, you're setting up your next soul contract. Every cycle of your life, you're setting up your next soul contract. So if you was a bitch before, you setting up your soul contract. Now you're going to be the responses of what you were being a bitch as, what you were being as the asshole, or whatever you accepted yourself to be. You're setting up your soul contract based on attachment. Connection is natural chaos. Your connection is going to be your natural chaos. Now you've opened up that gate. That's what you got to come back down here as. That's why I just said, when I said that aspect, you got to let go of all of it. Not just the aspect of, because now if someone you sit here and listen to a panic lecture, one of my lectures, somebody lectured and said, you might come back here. If you haven't removed the repression aspect of yourself, that's what you're going to focus on. I don't want to come back here. I don't want to come back here. I don't want to come back here. Your confidence is saying to yourself that you ain't going to come back here. I'm not coming back here, period. I went through all my cycles. That's where your confidence is going to come in. Because everything is now going to challenge you based on the attachments that will make you come back here. Everything based on the attachments is going to make your ass come back here. I don't know where he came with that from. Is what you're going to come back here based on the attachment. Your keys are to unify your soul, commit to that divine union to yourself, and commit to your evolution. That's what you assimilated down here to do. But you skipping steps because now you want to save your people. I don't give a fuck about these people. I don't give a fuck about these humans. I respect them in the space that they want to be at. When you coming into that karmic aspect, stop jumping in front of other motherfuckers' buses. Stop jumping in front of their planes, trains, and automobiles. Stop jumping in front of that shit. They need to understand why they're going through the cycle that they're going through. If you're going through a cycle right now, baby father drama, baby mother drama, whatever it may be, that's the cycle that you need to go through. The worst thing that you're going to do is, I'm going to help them take their mind off of being a baby mother. Don't do that shit, because now you acquired their debt. Because now, when you go back to your space, with your happy home, you're taking every one of those thoughts into your space. This like the fifth time that she asked him why they ain't getting married. And he gave her the explanation of why they ain't getting married. So I now got to ask the question why we ain't getting married. I'm married to myself. Are you? That's why you want don't get back with a motherfucker that's mastered their energy, because they're going to give you truth that you ain't ready for. Every time you ask, this is the simple shit. It's simple shit that y'all get attached, motherfuckers get attached into. What about marriage and what about commitment? Have you committed to the evolution of yourself? Have you married into unification of yourself? Yes or no? That's your answer. Instead of you getting stuck in them dumbass, you getting stuck in these aspects that ain't giving you no fucking energy. I'm going to do this. Okay, cool. You didn't say that. Exactly. That's a whole depth to that aspect. It's like, if you're waiting for yourself to unify to somebody else to change your name, and it's a natural aspect of change. That means you have become synonymous. That means you have become unified with that thought process. But if you still have things that you haven't worked on yet, you're going to have conflicts where you're in the side of that process. Give you the example. Like as I said before, I'm Papa Lucifer. Papa is the masculine aspects that are in balance. Yes, exactly. That's how you transmute that fucking energy. Papa is my masculine aspects within balance. Lucifer is my feminine aspects within balance. That's my unity. That's my unification. Ain't nothing taking me off of that square. You feel me? Challenging everything to the aspect of taking in that aspect of challenging the traditional monologues that you got used to. Ain't nobody telling me. I'm not going to anybody for permission to unify. Period. I'm not going to anybody for permission. I'm not going to go stand in front of somebody, spend the $60 to say, all right, cool. They said we can get married. That is going to be a contract between us. And we're going to live based in this contract that we put between us, this amendment that you put between you. Because that's a reflection to yourself. Like I said, the example. Exactly. For most aspects and thought process, when it comes into the aspect of the marriage, the reason that it can get pushed so hard is because sometimes, for most aspects in that space, is like, that championship ring. I've done everything that I needed to do, so I need to go look for this aspect of this. Nah. Nope. The only thing that one connects to, yeah. The only thing that I commit to is evolution. If you commit to evolution, I commit to evolution. I'm gonna meet you to the where we need to go to. I'm allowing it to work I'm allowing the process to work, and I'm not trying to make it work for me. This gets into aspects of that manipulation. I remember watching a video. I'm gonna look for that video. There's a video where it's an old head. He's talking about the aspects of marriage and that license. Why do I want to stay attached to a system that I'm sitting here saying that I don't want to have nothing to do with? This makes you go into the aspects of what you're using this information for, when you're using the aspect to that space. My weaknesses are over involved, insensitive, and domineering. Feel like you're talking directly to me about stopping and jumping in front of cars. The human. I'm also ruled by Jupiter in the number 6. Allow it to resonate you. I want you to be the best. Everything that you're doing, I don't want permission. If I'm sovereign, if I'm free, if I'm a god, if I'm a titan, if I'm a monster, if I'm the original, why the fuck I need permission to do anything that I'm fucking doing? Why the fuck do I need permission to do what the fuck I'm doing? Ask yourself that fucking question. If you still feel you need permission, you got some work to do. If you feel that you need to explain yourself to a situation, you got some work to do. You ain't reached the level of divine union within yourself. Exactly. Marriage license, yeah. Financial security within that space. Yes. You naturally. What the fuck my hat does go? Oh, there you go. Yes, the fucking aspect. That's the Bobby Hemming, my favorite Bobby Hemming line when he said that shit. Yes, at that. Woo! Woo! You got to be honest with yourself. That is big facts. That is big fucking facts. You sitting there because it's still triggering you into that space. That's going to be your challenge. It's going to keep coming up until you deal with it. I looked at the IRS. I typed in the information. Nigga, I ain't getting no stimulus, anything. I typed in all the addresses. I ain't getting the stimulus of anything. That shit based on response and not impulse. Impulse would be like, why the fuck I ain't getting no money? Response and information, nigga, I am a god. I am free. I am self-sovereign. I am to myself. Why am I expecting anything from them in that space? Why am I expecting anything from that if I'm saying that I'm free? Now, if I got something from that space, this is what you get into the impulse and reaction. If I get anything from that, then how am I going to use it in my space and based on what I'm using it at? How am I going to transmute that so I don't need it anymore? That's going to be your key. How are you using this shit so you don't need it anymore? So you can move away from the independence. Independence is your being in. I am dependent upon that motherfucker being what they are. So you'll get stuck in that niggas ain't shit and bitches ain't shit. Bitches ain't loyal and niggas ain't shit. I'm independent. I don't need no bitch. I don't need no nigga. Think how stupid. Think about how you sound. You're dependent. I am dependent upon niggas not being shit. My identity is based on bitches not being loyal. Therefore, guess what you are? You're still in the state of dependency. Self-sufficiency is me looking at if shorty brother come up to me with some information and they depended upon some shit, how can I use that to transmute myself to my next level? That's the reason that it's there. Do you know how much I stayed in my fucking self? Because the information that I know about myself keeps me forces me into a position to build based into my aspects of myself. Knowing the value of yourself, you can now set your prices. You ain't falling for the old, man, you should be giving that information free to your people. I ain't falling for that damn okie doke. Because that's going to lead me into that line of motherfuckers being like, oh, nigga, in order for you to be spiritual, you got to be broke. Use a fucking lie. All the information that I've taken in, all the cycles that I've been through, you think I'm going to sit here and be like, yes, come to me for a shadow work consultation is free. No. The shadow work consultation is $90. The shadow work consultation is $90. The base reading for a general reading is $25.25. I set my prices based on my value of me, the work that I put into it. I set my prices based on separating me from the bootleg. You want some bootleg shit? Go to do some bootleg shit. Respect them into that space. This is how you start to guard your energy. This is a big time for you guarding your fucking energy. You keep putting your energy into them old aspects. And now you keep putting your energy into that old aspect, keeping that energy alive because you in a just in case monologue. You in a just in case monologue. Man, yo, I keep that homegirl around me because I remember there was a time when all my men, every nigga that I fucked with did me dirty. So shorty that you had around you was around you for every nigga that did you dirty. Did you look at every nigga do her dirty? Where's your pattern at? Yo, I fuck with my niggas and I say fuck these bitches. You sound gay. You sound gay. There's no way in my aspect of my space that I want to sit there and go into that. Stop it. Going into that aspect that I'm going to sit here and be like, I need more niggas around me than bitches. What? I'm denying my natural self. Every time, every life cycle for me in conjunction, every cycle around me, I had a counsel of the divine feminine. My counsels have always been my counsel has always been the divine feminine. Always. When I came into this cycle, I remember being in the high school aspect. I remember when niggas was going to sit with all the niggas and niggas was sitting over all the dudes. Every time that I went into the lunchroom, you see me sitting around all the women was around me. And niggas would be like, oh, that nigga pimping, that nigga macking with the chicks. Nah, nigga, I'm around the divine feminine press. I'm around the divine feminine process. I surround myself with the divine feminine, period. Why? Because I am the divine aspects of the masculine. Therefore, my knowledge and my protection within that space is going to be based upon the guidance and the wisdom of my divine feminine. That's the energy that shall be around me. If you still battling back and forth that you can't trust a woman, who is the first woman that you couldn't who is the exactly? If you got an aspect within yourself, yes, that's the productive aspect. If you still in that aspect, but man, I can't trust no woman, because go look at any Boosie interview. Look at I'm gonna give y'all, here's some game. Here's some shit that this is shit I be looking at that just coming to my fucking peripheral, coming to my vision. Look at every Boosie interview before he had that interview with Mike Tyson. Go look at every interview before he had the interview with Mike Tyson. I don't know if he's done previous interviews now, but his interviews are definitely going to change. That's the shift. My mother was the first woman that lied to me. My mother was the first woman that stole from me. My mother was the first woman that lied to me. My mother was the first woman that stole from me. My mother was the first one to tell me that was a fucking accident. We getting deep into this shit. My mother was the first one to tell me that it was an accident. to my fucking face. My mother was the first one that I experienced the aspect of disloyalty and distrust from by telling one of my brothers that went over to the house. He didn't even know why he went over there. It was a spiritual aspect. My brother went over to my mother's house. I was on a vacation. Chilling out, balling out, doing what I do. That's that Harlem shit. And my brother put his phone on speakerphone, and my mother talked dead ass fucking threw dirt on my fucking name as fucking Carlos. She threw dirt all over Dion's name. Threw dirt all over my motherfucking name. I listened to that shit, and I carried that shit for about 3 to 4 years. I had a false sense of entitlement when it came to women. I had a false sense of entitlement when it came to my job. I had a false sense of entitlement. I was assimilating that false sense of myself into those spaces because I felt that my mother owed me something. But until I became into the balance of my mother taught me something. My mother taught me some shit. My mother taught me those aspects. She gave me the wisdom on the aspects of me being lied to. Your mother gave you those aspects of you being fucking challenged and being stole from. Or your father, whatever it was. That's your shadow work. That's the shadow work. That's embracing the shadow work. What did your mother teach you? Until you're able to sit there and acknowledge, accept, and apologize for that aspect, them AAAs, you can't thank your mother for what the fuck she put you through. I can thank my mother for what she put me through. I can accept what my mother put me through. I can acknowledge what my mother put me through. Because my mother was only putting me through what she was put through. That shit stopped with me. The shit my pops put me through. I can thank my pops. I can apologize and forgive my pops. I can accept what my pops put me through. I can acknowledge what my pops put me through. Because without that, I cannot be me now. I couldn't heal yet. Pain initiates the healing process. Without pain, you can't heal because you don't know what to fucking heal from. That's your balance. You need the pain to fucking heal. Instead of you moving on the emotional impulse to react to everything that's meant to heal your ass, you gonna sit here and be fucking mad. You gonna hate Donald Trump. You gonna be mad at you gonna be mad at Biden. You gonna be mad at Biden, and you probably gonna listen to Young Pharaoh. I'm gonna go to one of the biggest points that happened in my life when I was homeless. When I didn't have no place to go. In between me breaking into abandoned buildings to having enough money to get a hotel room for a night to take a fucking shower. I remember this was 4 years ago. About 4 years ago. About 4 or 5 years ago. I had nowhere to go. It was raining. Exactly. But motherfuckers, that's the crazy part. Like, Dr. Phil said that shit, mother was like, that's a white man. I ain't listening to him. Like, what the fuck you mean, nigga? Dr. Phil gave you some fucking... If it comes into your spectrum, that means you're supposed to learn from it. That means if you go look at Steve Harvey, instead of looking at Steve Harvey and being like, this nigga is a coon, You still got some healing to do. Because Steve Harvey has dropped some fucking gems. Steve Harvey has given you every bit of information that trigger you to make you go into the healing process. But you looking at it as, this nigga sold out. They all in the same, because yeah, in every aspect, in every layer of your life, someone is giving you that information. But you looking at it based on the image. Motherfuckers will still look here and look at Steve Harvey like, that nigga left his wife for that other chick. Okay, that's nice. But then the same motherfuckers that ignore the fact that Swiss Beats is with Alicia Keys. And do y'all remember how they came together through the chaos? You taking away all parameters of this moral shit. If you need to be inside of your space and something's supposed to be leading to your space, it's going to take you outside of the parameters of the morality. When it comes into your space, it's going to challenge the traditionalism. The traditionalism is going to challenge that. It's going to challenge that morality because it's coming in exactly as it needs to come in. But you won't accept it because you stuck on, I can never be this or I can never be that, because that's against my morality. Fuck your morality. Fuck your morality. But in the same aspect of you listening to Young Pharaoh, the nigga dropped gems. This is when you go into the aspect of studying all and following none. Am I subscribed to Young Pharaoh? No. But at a point in time, like something, the spirit gave me the aspect of, nigga, follow Young Pharaoh on Instagram. Okay, cool. Because this nigga drop shit and I'll be like, all right, I can understand that. I can use that information. This is you submitting to yourself, your authentic self. This is you coming into your authentic self. By you coming into your authentic self, you learn to study from everything, take what you need, and create what you need to be creating in your authentic self. Stop looking at that shit based on niggas debating. You saw where the fuck that shit went. Motherfuckers then call, like, I'll give you an example. Motherfuckers then call Brother Polite a fucking scammer for fucking a damn near a decade. This nigga giving you information on how to make money. So if you feel like you need to make money, maybe you need to go listen to some of this nigga shit because he's giving you information. But that impulse, that reaction, that emotional aspect, you looking at it based on the aspects of the quantity and not getting into your quantity. Quantity is the ultimate aspect of you being within mentalism or Taoism within Buddhism. That's the feng shui. That doesn't mean I'm going to submit to being a Buddhist, because that's an essence of you anyway. It's of you. That's where it came into existence. So that don't mean I'm going to sit here and be like, I'm a Buddhist. I'm not submitting myself to a definition. That's how you become binded to shit. Yes. While you sitting here, this is the crazy part. When it comes to the aspect of you bringing yourself into your space, whatever that motherfucker want to do, whatever they want to do, respect them for what they want to do. That's how you going to gain the information. Respect leads to the submission. The respecting is only going to be based upon your the humility to yourself, the authenticity to yourself, the truth to yourself. While you sitting there mad at him, that nigga an agent. That nigga an agent. This nigga an agent. That nigga an agent. This bitch is an agent. Who the fuck cares? You gonna allow motherfuckers in the quantity to tell you that a nigga's an agent, so you ain't gonna get no information from the nigga? All right, cool, bet. That's like motherfuckers looking at Dr. Umar Johnson and being like, that nigga done lost his fucking mind. What can I learn from him? What can I learn from this motherfucker? This is gonna be a key. This is gonna be a major key. While you inside of your space and you making the moves that you making, you're going against everything that motherfuckers. Here's a key for the next 30 days. Bobby Hemming said this shit before. For the next 30 days, for yourself, take in the most outlandish information that you've ever heard of. Train your psyche to build in the most outlandish way outside of you being comfortable. Train your psyche to think outside of the uncomfortable narrative. He do. All these motherfuckers are in a position to drop gems, but if you're looking at it based on the bias, you'll sit there and ignore it. There's videos that Dr. Umar Johnson dropped before he lost his fucking mind. When motherfuckers say he lost his mind, nigga was dropping straight fucking gems. I still can go back and look at those fucking videos. Why? Because I'm not carrying the bias that this nigga lost his mind. There's earlier young Pharaoh lectures where he dropped some gems. But if I'm using the bias, I'll sit there and be like, everybody said don't listen to young Pharaoh, so I'm not going to listen to the information that he dropped. So now you only killing yourself because you're allowing your emotions to dictate how you respond. That's like if right now, give you an example, right now, if a motherfucker said they was upset with me, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to your shit. I don't care. I have compassion. Therefore, I can take into the understanding of why you said that. But here is my rebuttal. Here is my response to inform you. Never allow your emotions to dictate the information that you can receive. Never allow your emotions to dictate the information that you can receive to apply to your life. Never allow your emotions to dictate your belief, to dictate your faith, to dictate your truth. Because if you allow your emotional imbalances based on the impulse to dictate the information that you take in, you won't grow. I guarantee you won't fucking grow. Which leads me to my story. No job, living from hustle to hustle. I was sitting in the rain at a grocery store, sitting at the rain trying to charge my phone. My mother, because I wasn't talking to her, she didn't come pick me up. My pops didn't come pick me up. None of my friends came to pick me up. A little red Corolla with my manager, my old manager from the last job that I worked, came and picked me up. He answered my text. A gay white man. We sat in the car. Exactly. This is an information share. Y'all better stop and let that information hit y'all where it need to hit y'all. What the hell? Tonight's lecture is brought to you by pistachios, chili roasted. We just having fun right now. But take yourself into this aspect for yourself. Gay white man picked me up. Now I'm gonna give you the build of this story as we do this. Gay white man, my gay kitchen manager picked me up. He answered the text. I didn't send him a text. He sent me a text. He asked me, he said, Charlie, where are you at? I was like, I'm sitting here, tears rolling out my eyes. I'm sitting here in the rain, sitting here trying not to get away. He was like, nigga, I'm at the food line up the street from the restaurant. I'll be there in 5 minutes. He pull up. I hop in the car. He was like, he start confessing to me like I feel guilty because they did you dirty and all of this shit. Did you dirty, all this shit. He was like, he was like, what hotel do you usually stay at? There was a hotel up the street that I stayed at. It was like $70 a night. This man came out of his pocket with $200. This nigga paid for 2 weeks worth of my stay. That's $300. It was $300 a week. $600. It was $604 for me to stay there for 2 weeks. He paid the $600. It didn't matter that it was based on his guilt. It was based on him living through an aspect of his guilt, and he paid for my spot. From that space, this is some real shit. From that space, he paid for them 2 weeks. He had a room at his mom's house, but they had an apartment. They had like over their garage, they had an apartment First time I'm telling this story, this is therapy. They had an apartment. They built the apartment. They turned the room over their garage into an apartment. He had a manager that was working with us that was staying there in that apartment. That manager was like, I'm about to move. She paid for 2 months in advance for her apartment in that space. She paid for 2 months. She was like, I'm about to leave. I don't want the money back. She was like, you think he could stay there? This is real shit. Think he could stay there? She was like, shit, like, sure, he really need that. I stayed in that apartment for 2 months. No rent. No rent at all. No rent at all. This is the aspects of you doing your work. Just because I had that free spot, if I was stuck in my old narrative based on impulse, I would have ran that shit out. And then when it came time for me to move out of that shit, I would have been sitting in that space like, man, fuck these motherfuckers. They owe me some shit. I would have a false sense of entitlement. They better let me stay here a little bit longer. This is what I did. Every single time that I woke up, every morning that I woke up, every morning I knew like something in me had to die. Every morning I was mourning something that I had to die within that space. Guess what I did? I got up, I got suited up and booted up, put on whatever clothes I had within the baskets and the bags that I had, and I would walk from there down the motherfucking street filling out applications. If I had a little change for the bus, hop on the bus, hop on to the other side of town, grab the applications. One application stood out, and it was the last job that I ever worked. The last job that I worked for individuals. All right, cool. Phone was about to be cut off. Didn't even care anymore. I had Wi-Fi in the spot. Within that space, this is the things of you building into your discipline. Within that space, I was led to call the last girlfriend that I had within that space. The last girlfriend that I had, she was like, I'm about to be vegan and be spiritual. My mindset was stuck on, nigga, I can't get rid of chicken wings. What the fuck you mean? She was questioning religion in me. She was like, so you're Catholic, right? I was like, yeah, I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic. All right, yeah, I'm Catholic. Cool. Yeah, I'm Catholic. Sure. So this repenting and the sin, explain it to me. All I could explain to her was the surface level of shit. She was hitting me with questions that I couldn't answer. This gave me the aspect, nigga, I didn't know what the fuck I was submitting myself to. I just submitted to myself to it because that was the narrative that I was stuck within. I hit her up. And I sit here and I apologize to her. I was like, yo, I thank you for what you brought to the surface with me, because without you coming into my space, I would not be questioning where I'm at right now. It wasn't based on her response. She hit me with a response and she hit me with, nigga, why is you texting me and all that shit? I was look, I'm just telling you that I appreciate what you said and did to me. I ain't talked to her since. This is like 5 years ago. We building this story up. Before I went into that space where I was in that apartment, I filled out an application at Red Lobster. I had 2 interviews at Red Lobster. Talked to both of the managers. I was in there. What I was being taught within that space was the aspects of the humility of me putting in my work. This was 2017. This was like 2015, 16. This is 2017. This is 2017. I'm going to give you how the spirit work and the aspects of you doing your work. The last months came in. I remember sitting outside because they had a big ass yard. I remember my man Anton. This is the manager that got me into I was in the house. He was going through a stressful time in himself. His mother was getting sick and all of these things. We riding around, like we cutting the grass. We like doing some yard work around the house. He can't, like, the landscapers came. He canceled them. He said, I want to cut the grass. I need to do this. We having a conversation. This is how you understand interfering with the spirit. This is you coming into your purpose. We sitting there, he cutting the grass. He cutting the grass too low. I'm raking up, bagging up shit. This motherfucker tell me the story of how his brother, he broke down the trauma. He told me how his brother, he was like, man, motherfuckers don't understand shit. The depth of this aspect of me living this way, me being who I am. Don't nobody know the aspect of the story of my brother having me suck his friend dick right here where we standing at, where we cutting this fucking grass. I'm looking at this nigga like, I'm looking at him like, what made you feel comfortable enough to tell me this shit? That's the spirit interacting. Because I sat there and looked at him with a straight fucking face. I was like, the trauma don't define you, brother. The trauma don't define you. That was a blessing because it taught you something. I haven't talked to this man in probably 4 or 5 years, but the last time that I talked to him, we had a conversation. He was like, you saved me from a lot of shit that I didn't even realize that I was going through, and that you taught me acceptance. You taught me acceptance and vulnerability. Because the entire time I was there, he was like, you only can leave at night or early in the morning because my mother wakes up early and she looks out the window and she might see you. When his mother saw me, was in there, and he had to admit that he has no place to go, I'm trying to help him out. They did him dirty at our job and all of these things. His mother invited me into that house. His mother is an old German lady. I'm talking about old German. I'm talking about Adolf Hitler ages of days. She was like, is there food in there? I don't know. We got food in here. Do you want some sandwich bread? Whatever it may be. I'm giving you the aspects of how you go into the aspect of the flow. You become vulnerable to yourself and to your truth. This lady gave me fucking food. Little old white lady from the German days to the Anne Frank days. I remember sitting in the living room with them, in their fucking living room, having a conversation. She was telling me about the days of the Holocaust. I'm sitting there like, damn, why am I getting this information? Understanding the aspects of struggles and everybody on their fucking path. Based on their environment, based on what they created, based on what you're trying to hold yourself into. When you coming into your space, when you coming into true authenticity, it's going to require you building from fucking scratch. Yes, exactly. That strong aspect and much fucking gratitude. When you coming into your true fucking self, it's outside of everything that's going to keep you comfortable. It's outside of all of that shit that's going to keep your ass fucking comfortable. Stop trying to be fucking comfortable. Stop trying to be fucking comfortable with yourself. I was in the most uncomfortable position. Everything from even to the breakdown of the information that I was getting. Crazy ass part. I'm sitting inside of that space. There's no cable inside of this house. There's Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is bouncing off from that house, so I ain't got no Wi-Fi. The movies that I watched, guess the movies that I watched. I watched Goodfellas. I watched Goodfellas for the first time all the way through. All the Resident Evils. I watched Doom. All of these movies that while I'm watching, I'm like, God damn, nigga. All of this shit's telling you about the end of the fucking world. All of these, every movie that I was watching was in symbolism of the end of my old world, the old paradigm that I was living in. I had to accept that the old paradigm in the old way that I was existing no longer was going to sustain me. That was my lesson. When you looking for them fucking signs, it's outside of the fucking narrative of you being fucking comfortable. How does it define you? What did Trump teach me? Business. Trump was Nino Brown. Trump New Jack City'd the White House. Took that bitch over and did exactly what he needed to do. What he wanted to do, what he needed to do to sustain himself. What did that teach me? That I need to discipline myself. He did it based on a lack of discipline, based on behavioral aspects. Don't give a fuck. That ain't got nothing to do with me. My shit's based on discipline because I'm naturally in the aspects of my spirit. So everything that you build is going to be on the natural aspects of your fucking spirit. It's not going to be based on the old narrative of yourself. What the fuck you use to sustain yourself and live within yourself. Because that's going to build that aspect of piety. That's going to leave you stuck in reacting to shit. You're going to be sitting there mad with motherfuckers because they ain't listening to shit. If you feel like motherfuckers playing you or doing you dirty or using you, guess what? Guess what that means? You need to have that conversation with yourself. How are you misusing yourself? How are you not trusting yourself? What distrust lies within you that you keep finding disloyal people? Every motherfucker in your fucking contacts is disloyal as hell. But if you send a mass text out to the people that are in your friends list talking about you about to have a party, how many motherfuckers are going to show up? You got to be honest with yourself in this shit. You got to be honest with yourself in this fucking shadow work. If I look in my contact list right now, my contact list is down to about 30 people. And everybody in my contact list, I can build a business aspect with. I can build business with them. I can network and do business with them. Everybody on my friends list, I can do business with them. Everybody on my friends list, on my Instagram and my Facebook, I can do business with them. We can build some shit. You're your own economic plan. Your economic plan is going to be based upon the currency of you understanding your fucking energy. He's exactly what he's programmed to be. I remember when Trump was going through his campaign, and mother, he's igniting the racist motherfucker. He's igniting the racist, and no, he's not. He's removing the veil so they can be themselves. He's removing the veil so they can be themselves. He's removing the veil of attachment. Because this is what's about to happen with Biden. Biden's going to come in. He's going to drop. Biden's going to drop a lot of shit to you, motherfucker. Biden's going to drop a lot of shit. And what they're going to do, Panic broke that shit down. He's going to eliminate the white trash. And this is what niggas are going to do. This is where you're going to start seeing the old paradigm versus, it's going to be a war versus the old paradigm and the new paradigm. Nigga, I'm fucking Judas to the old paradigm. I'm going to kiss the old paradigm on the fucking cheek and bring in the reign of the Titans. I'm going trumping in the fucking Titans. I don't know what the fuck other motherfuckers are going to do. That's not my fucking job. I'm a chaos being. I'm going to accept my rank. I'm going to accept what the fuck I'm supposed to do. But going into that space, Biden already talking about giving niggas $2,000 stimulus checks, and he about to shut this shit down again. He gonna force your ass to sit the fuck down again. So if you get your little $2,000 stimulus check, what you about to do with it? That $600 I was getting from week, that $600 a week that I was getting from unemployment, guess what I used it for? This. The podcast, launching my website, launching Occult Alchemy. I use it to invest so I don't have to depend on that. So when I say I appreciate the support for y'all coming in, listening to the lecture, hopping onto the podcast, going onto Occult Alchemy, and you purchasing the merchandise and the clothing, that's what allows me to teach the class. That's your product. That's your productivity. Productivity is based on you being proactive. Proactivity can only be based upon you becoming into the aspect of the response. You learning to come into responding. You learning to coming into the information that you coming into that you apply so you can now further go forward. That bullshit based on your emotional response, your baby mother did you fucking dirty. My baby mother put me on child support. She got me in the system. No, nigga. Guess what? You wanted to be in the system anyway because you didn't define anything to bring you outside of the system. That's why you got stuck within the system. Your baby father not being shit. Straighten my fucking crown. Your baby father not being shit. You needed that to happen. That was your old personality. Because that sustained you staying in there. I'm an independent woman. I'm an independent man. I don't need no bitch. I don't need no bitch. Bitches ain't loyal. That old fucking train of thought ain't fucking working anymore. You seeing that it ain't working anymore. That old way of how you say you used to love based on dependency, it ain't working anymore. Because now you're going to be challenged by a motherfucker be like, all right, Ann, And whether or not that motherfucker got 16 bitches that he can go chill in their fucking house don't fucking matter. It's the fact that that nigga don't care anymore. It's the fact that she don't care anymore. This is your reality. Do you want to accept it or not? You running away from it, it's following you. You creating those spaces within your life, they're following you. They've always been there. That's how you sustain your environment based on that emotional impulse. That's why when you asking those questions, you ain't getting the response that you're not getting the reaction you used to. Now, you ain't getting that reaction you used to. I am within my emotional maturity of my self-awareness and me being divinely in my union of myself. That means if someone asks me a question, it's outside of bias. If you ain't ready, you gonna hate me. If you ain't ready, you gonna hate anybody that's emotionally mature. When you come into your emotional maturity, it's gonna seem like you being bougie, you stuck up. All of the aspects of the definition they use to depend upon the external, that's what you're gonna become. Surprise. You gonna become the bougie motherfucker. You about to become the motherfucking stuck up nigga. You about to become the house nigga. You about to become the coon. That's what you need to become. That's why it's there. You about to become those things. Why? Because motherfuckers are dependent upon this old ass narrative. Yo, I'm from the hood and you can't take the hood from me. I need to be in the fucking hood. The hood took care of me. They still stuck within the old paradigm. What you about to see now in these next 6 months, the spirit said my grandmother and my uncle said the next 8 months, actually. What you're about to see is the war between the old paradigm and the new paradigm. Your new paradigm, your new assimilation, your new authentic self is going to be based upon you building within that space. If you haven't been building within that space, this is your year to build into it. If you have been building into it, as I have, this is going to be that year where you're going to see a lot of shit pop off. I had to come into a space where I had to see everything that I was stuck on no longer served the purpose. So everything that came into my space was a reflection of that. Now I'm in the space where everything that's challenging me, biting me in my fucking dreams and shit, is telling me to stay focused. I'm going to give y'all an example. Every morning when I wake up, or during the day while I'm going through my day, I get a hit from an old site that I subscribe to. Was like it's an old tarot site. It's an old tarot reading site. It's where I got my information from my natal chart. And every time I read it, it's telling me that this is my year. This is your time. I don't read nothing more into it. That's all I need to see. Every time that hits me, it hits me around 11:11, 12:12, 5:55, 4:44. Your job is, in any information that you're grabbing, is how you're defining it. So if you sit here and grab a book, such as I got a book on angel numbers. Everybody hit me with numbers and shit. I got a book with angel numbers in it. I'll use an example. And you assimilating and creating your character. If someone send me a text message that say 3:30, I go in here and read this and it says, for example, 3:30. Angels and the ascended masters of what you want. Where the fuck is my remote? Because it's about to do some stupid shit. Okay, cool. I need that. Angels and ascended masters want you to know that God believes in you and your gifts. How do I take this information into myself to assimilate into myself to use this information? Angels, I understand angels is the angles of light. So the angles of my light from my aspects of my darkness and the ascended masters, which is the higher aspects of myself, want me to know. So I need to tell myself that the God in me is my belief in my gifts. So now, if somebody sends me a text message at 3:30 send me 3:30, what am I doing at 3:30 p.m. or a.m.? What am I doing at 3:30 at that moment in time? That is my defining my space within where I'm at. So 3:30 hit. What was I doing at 3:30 3 days ago? I wrote it down, or I remember what I wrote down, or I scribed it. So every time somebody hits me with a 3:30, I don't have to depend upon the book anymore. That's your knowing. Now my knowing will be in what I was doing at 3:30 3 days ago. That's the information that I'm now applying into my response of somebody sending me 3:30 in my new information. That's yourself. That's knowing thyself. This old narrative of everybody's, all we got to do is stay collective and build this economic plan and build these businesses, that shit don't exist anymore. It's done. How are you using that in the aspects of yourself? That means the LLC mentality or the ownership mentality, how are you using that to move forward? For myself, I teach shadow work. I counsel on shadow work. I teach the aspects of shadow work. I break down the aspects of the shadow work because everything leads back to shadow work. The 70-30 rule that I've been talking about. This might be your first time hearing it. I'm going to explain it now. The 70-30 rule. The 70-30 rule is the 70% is of my higher self. That means the 30% within my 70% of that percentage, for me, my breakdown is based on my intention. My 40% around that 70% of my breakdown is based on what I create to nourish my intention. That means the 30% of that 30% rule, because I'm outside of that 12 by 12, that 30% is the concentrated energy from my 70% of my spiritual self, me being centered in my truth. Now, to build in the physical realm of the suffering and the chaos and all that, everything that's living in the aspects of the hell, and me gathering what's in hell and gathering for what I can use in hell. 50% is my foundation of the foundation that I'm building within this space. That's the G.O.D Alchemist, which is my environment. G.O.D Alchemist within my environment is that I provide the readings, I provide the spiritual services for you to learn and for me to be able to teach and for me to be able to learn. The other 50% is the structure, which is around that. The 50%, which is my structure, which is around that, is the services that I provide based upon my environment. Papa Lucifer provides the services. He's the structure. That's the deified sense of myself within that space. Every space within inside of you should be defined by you, not by anything else, not the old narrative. Everything, exactly as Johnny Mac just said, food, clothes, shelter, entertainment is all on you. You do not want to depend on anything outside of you to give you what you truly need, because that is attachment. That's the impulse. That's the emotional impulse. Now you're going to be doing things based on reaction instead of you being your authentic self. My authentic self, the God within me, godliness is next to cleanliness. I hate clutter. I despise clutter. I can define why I despise clutter. Clutter is not based on the human definition. I understand that energy goes into the spaces of whatever the biggest aspect of clutter. So if there's clutter around me, it don't matter what energy I invoke based on me aligning to my abundance, me aligning to my wealth, my success, and my power. Whatever the biggest mound of clutter, that's where my power is going to go into. Whatever the biggest aspect of my clutter, that's where my wealth and abundance is going to go into. Whatever environment that my attention is set on, that's where my energy and my abundance is going to go into. So now I got abundant problems in my life. Why I got all these problems in life? I just want to collect my abundance. You ain't going to become abundant until you remove the abundant clutter that's in your life. You ain't going to become healthy until you remove the aspects of what you find that's healthy in your life based upon the trauma. You ain't going to go nowhere. You don't keep doing the same shit that you always do. You don't keep appeasing yourself, appeasing the lower aspects of yourself and the lower frequencies to sustain something that don't even exist. It's my birthday coming up. My birthday come up on February 16th. I've been celebrating my birthday since the fucking New Year. I did a whole release ritual during my New Year. I did a release ritual. I did a release and retrieve ritual during New Year's. In my spells, I spoke. I would like all of the energy to be released from the conduits that I created and co-created. In the first week, anything that I did not deal with, this is how you know your work. This is your works. Everything that I did not deal with at a certain point in time came to the surface. And I was forced to respond and inform based on my truth of myself. I could have reacted based on impulse. I could have said some dumbass shit, but I would have been stuck within that space. I didn't learn the lesson. Motherfuckers dropping off like flies. They ain't got access to me anymore. Why? Because I no longer am creating within that space. That's your key. When you're creating your new space, it's outside of everything that made you dependent. It's outside of all of the things that kept you in that aspect of you being within a state of attachment. You no longer need the attachment. You don't need the crutches. You don't need the training wheels anymore. You said you was a god. You said you was a goddess. It's time for you to start moving like one. It's time for you to start being vulnerable to yourself. Because a God don't feel vulnerability. That's going to be your key. I just realized that we in that space. This is the question. This is the question and answer period. Not wasting the power on balled up napkins and piles of clothes in the way, interrupting the vision of how you flow. Tighten up, focus, keep the trash out the way, and eventually you'll stop producing the trash, period. That's true fucking facts. You say you love yourself? You say you love yourself? Look at your space. Look at your environment. Look at what's around you. Is anything... The things that are around you are the reflections and the definitions of the love or the triggers of you loving yourself. That's you tapping into your intuition. There's nothing around me, period. There's nothing around me, period, that is going to keep me in a state of complacency. It always challenges me to grow, change, and evolve. That's going to be your key. That's where you need to be at in your mindset moving forward. Everything that you about to see over these next 8 months, it ain't got nothing to do with you unless it triggers you. Then do the work. If it triggers you, that means you got some work to do. If you can look at it and you be like, that's not me. If you can honestly be to yourself and be like, that's not me, guess what you can do? You can move forward. You about to see your repression and your anxiety about to be at an all-time high. You about to see anxiety, repression, depression, suicide, protest. You about to see shit at an all-time high. This is the purge. This is the purge. Welcome to it. Embrace that shit because it's needed. Where you want to be at. Where do you achieve yourself to be? You about to be challenged by that shit. That relationship that you held so dear to your heart, that you was in a good relationship with your baby father, that shit about to be challenged. That relationship with your best fucking friend, that's about to be challenged. 15-year-old shot themselves in the head. 15 is a number of the ethers. What did it trigger? This is the question and answer period. So you have a question, like I'm about to answer. We about to build on Melanin Peace. What she just said. I'm about to build into that. But it's the question and answer period. If you have a question, matter of fact, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna see if I can do it again real quick. Matter of fact, there we go. Boom. That's the Cash App link. You know what? While we sitting here, 1 second. 1 second. Spirit leading me to making that work real quick. Spirit leading us to drop that work real quick. We doing readings. We about to do some readings real quick. We about to do some readings. I'll do a collective, but like if you resonate, you want to get a reading done right now, readings on deck. We doing readings on deck. General reading, 5 card, 3 card, 5 card, 3 card. Based on the aspect of the donation, I got the cards right here. We don't shuffle them up. A 15-year-old girl shot herself in the head where she lives. Here are the questions that you're going to start asking yourself, and it's going to seem, motherfucker going to think you cold as fuck, but this is the question that you need to ask yourself. That 15-year-old girl, what other information, based on that 15-year-old girl, why she shot herself in the head? Those are going to be the questions you need to start asking yourself. Why did she shoot herself in the head? You're removing remember, you're removing emotion. She shot herself in the head. Why? What information did the media give you based on shooting herself in the head? 15 is a number that's within the ethers of aspects that are outside of the cycle. That's the cycle of 6. 1 plus 5 is 6. This is how you start using this information. Motherfucker gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're using that for that shit. They said that she texted her boyfriend and girlfriend. I just pulled up the aspects of the cycle of 6 from Melanin P. I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give this the insight for you. The cycle year, the cycle year of the year 6 cycle. You can Google this. I'm pulling it up on Google. For if it triggers you, this is how you start using this information to transmute it. I just pulled it up on Google. The 6th year is a time to reinvent yourself, a journey of responsibility, relationship, balance, love, and healing. Welcome to the 6th year cycle in which you will feel a growing sense of duty and priority. Accept that you have responsibilities, but don't assume that you already know what they are. I'm going to read that one more time. Exactly. The logic versus the emotional. The year cycle, the 6th year cycle. The 6th year is a time to reinvent yourself, a journey of responsibility, relationship, balance, love, and healing. How do you know your year cycle? It's easy. Like it's one of those aspects like you'll know your year cycle. Like let's take like my birth, like let's take you'll take your birth year, you take your birth year and you break it down, and then that becomes your year cycle. So let's say like your shit's 84. 8 plus 4 is 12. Then you would go look up the year cycle of 12. The year cycle, remember the cycle is 1 through 9. The year cycle is 1 through 9. So like if 8 plus 4 equals 12, that means I got to break down 12 for 1 plus 3. 1 plus 2 is 3. Then you would go into the aspects of 1. So I'm going to use that as an example. So I'm going to use we're going to use cycle of 3 spiritual. I typed in cycle of 3 spiritual. The year cycle of 3 is a year. The 3-year cycle. The 3-year is a journey to personal happiness, a sea of appearances after a year in which other people's needs eclipse your own. It is your turn now. The year 3 is a simpler, more casual 12-month cycle in which you must constantly ask yourself, what do I want? So now I take that aspect of my year cycle, using it as your example of a year cycle. Now it's the time for you to ask yourself, what do you want? Now, everything that happens within this space, no problem, much gratitude. Now, everything that happens within this space is going to be the conduits of the energy that you're to use within that space. Motherfuckers gonna think your ass cold as fuck, mean as fuck. But all of the deaths that are about to happen this year, that I know are going to happen this year, because that's part of their fucking program, I'm about to use that energy based on my birth of my year cycle. This is the end of a cycle for me. This is my 1 through 9. 3 plus 6 is 9. I'll be 36 in this aspect. 3 plus 6 is 9. It's the end of a cycle. So everything that happens within this year is to usher in the new cycle of whatever I deem based on what I want, based on my original year cycle. Being in that music to that aspect, breaking that down. Instead of you looking for it to set you to be like, yeah, I told you niggas weren't shit and all that. Fuck that shit. That shit don't exist anymore. Use that shit to transmute and use that energy for yourself. Just by Melanin, for example, by Melanin P seeing that story of the 15-year-old girl killing herself, using her age of being 6, 1 plus 5 equals 6, it's the 6-year cycle. For her, now she uses those ages and those numbers, and she's like, this is the year for I repeat myself. Now, Melanin P has been listening to my lectures for ever since the beginning. So for her, we've had conversations in her cycles of her what she's into. Everything is going to be leading her into a more definitive cycle. This is the spirit of your higher self talking to you. This is you defining how your energy is coming into you. So use Johnny Mac, for example. He'll be 39 on December 20th. 3 plus 9 equals 12. Take down 12 is 1 plus 2 equals 3 on the 20th. So that's 2 plus 0. So 3 plus 2 equals 5. So for him to use that information, him coming to me, coming to the aspect of me for that information to resonate with him, I'm going to prepare him an aspect of the cycle of year 5. So his cycle of year 5, the cycle of year 5, this is a journey of freedom, change, adventure, new experience, a learning from the mistakes. This year will be quite an experience for you, a new experience. You now stand at the halfway point between the entire 9-year cycle of your life. So this is his year of him coming into the aspect of explanation. Everything got a fucking answer. You just got to look for it beyond the fucking surface. This is how you assimilate and bring yourself into your new fucking space. That old shit don't exist anymore. Everything that you acquired into that space where you coming at right now, it's time for you to fucking live. My shit is all about all the information I got about the Aquarian. Use myself as that example because that's the best example. This the Aquarian age. Nigga, my rising is in a fucking Aquarius. This the age of information. Everything I've done up to this point is about building content about challenging the old information. I'm directly in line where I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. There's no questioning. There's no doubt. There's no guilt. There's none of that shit. I'm exactly where I need to be. Where the fuck are they at? That's you being in your authentic self. Motherfuckers will look at me and say I'm a fucking asshole, I'm a monster, I'm a demon. Call me whatever the fuck you like. But when it comes time to you doing some fucking shadow work, you gonna hit me up. I can guarantee it. That's not based on ego. That's based on the fucking facts. I became the authority in the aspect of shadow work within the space that what I teach in. I did that aspect of the work. I know that I'm doing the work because I've had connections with motherfuckers that have, with goddesses and guys that have done their work. If I go down my Facebook page right now, everybody from the love alchemist that's in here right now, to my brother King Cole that's in here right now, to everybody that's streamed in here right now, they are a reflection of the benefit where I'm at. Yeah. I remember when I found out the definition of demon, and that shit blew my mind. And I remember when I dropped it in a lecture. All a demon is, the definition of demon breaks down to Damien, intelligence, magic, deity. Intelligence, magic, deity. So that means it's an undefined aspect. Let the shadow work come out. Everything gonna lead you back to shadow work. That job, the dream relationship that you're dreaming of, that you go into all these other motherfuckers for, that dream relationship, I want you to, when you get off of this, I want you to go stare in the mirror. That's the dream relationship, shadow work. That dream job that's going to bring you to everything that you desire, I want you to sit there with yourself and hold yourself. That's the job. The vehicle that's going to drive you through all of the houses of the insecurity, the guilt, all of that pain that you have been dealing with, guess what? That's the shadow work. This is the year of your fucking shadow. There's no more excuses. I'm going to do a collective reading real quick. Appreciate Melanie P for that. Appreciate my boy, the greatest, for that. That's why I said, Melanie P, I appreciate you for that. Appreciate the donations. Appreciate that aspect for that learning, for that Retka aspect. I'm gonna do a collective reading real quick. If it resonates with you, if you would like a reading, nice. We do that reading. All you gotta do is ask. If you have a question, this that question and that spirit. We building the night. Tonight we on fire. We building the night. We building the night. There's no more excuses. First card that we pulled from that deck is the aspect of judgment. Second card that we pulled is the aspect of the Ten of Swords. I'm gonna do a 5-card collective. Third card that I pulled was the aspect of the Tower. Fourth card that I pulled was the aspect of the Knight of Swords. Fifth card that I pulled was the King of Wands. First card, energy based on judgment. Judgment ain't gonna serve you no more purpose. The things that you used to judge yourself on and you used to hold yourself into that aspect of judgment, cut it short. Because the Ten of Wands illustrates the aspect that all of that aspects of them old judgments, it ain't gonna serve no fucking purpose. Because if you still using the old aspects of how you used to judge yourself, based on the aspect of wanting to help everybody, wanting to make sure everybody's good, wanting to make sure that shit, you judging yourself based on how you help everybody, how you hold everybody accountable, how you keeping everybody in line, how you keeping everybody in balance, but you denying yourself, that shit is over. That's illustrated within this aspect of that Ten of Swords. That's feeling that energy within the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is talking about that surface of you keeping yourself down here, allowing everybody to stab into you and keeping that shit over with. That's the embracing of the Tower card. The Tower illustrates that old way of thinking is done with. You got to allow that shit to fall. The Knight of Swords illustrates the aspects within that energy that now you in that aspect of that Knight of Swords aspect. The Knight of Swords represents moving forward and cutting that shit loose. Cutting those old aspects loose out of your life. Why do you need to cut that old shit loose? Because the King of Wands is representing the knowledge of the decisions that you've made. Standing firm in the decision that you know you need to cut some shit loose. It's time to cut it. It's time to cut it away. Follow your voice. Follow your intuition. If your intuition is telling you to leave that relationship, to leave that job, and leave wherever the fuck you at, leave it. That fear, based on the judgment, the old judgments, but how am I going to take care of myself? It's time for you to find how you are you. What are you? It's time for you to, those repressed narratives that you living in, that you benefited from. I always say this to people, and motherfuckers think I'm fucking crazy. The first step to acknowledgement is not acknowledging the problem. That's easy. The first step to acknowledgement is to accept. The first step to acknowledgement is acknowledging that you benefited from the trauma. The first step to acknowledgement is acknowledging that you benefited from the trauma. How did you benefit from the trauma? Easy. If your mother wasn't in your life, or your father wasn't shit, or whatever it may be, you benefited from that because now inside of your space, you built an entire environment based off of your mother not being in your life, or your mother stealing from you, or your father stealing from you, or whatever it happened. You benefited from that because in your space now, in your environment, guess what you did? You benefited from that trauma. So the first step to acknowledgement is admitting how you benefited from the trauma. The second aspect of the acknowledgement is saying to yourself, I now acknowledge that I benefited from this trauma. But now me moving forward with the knowledge that I am gaining right now, it will be separating me from the trauma. That's when you come into acceptance. Acceptance is accepting that you have acknowledged that there's no such thing as a mistake, that the trauma that you went through, the shit that you went through, is something that you have to forgive yourself for in order for you to move forward into the state of that acceptance. That's going to lead you into the apology or the forgiveness. I forgive my inner child. This is when you do inner child work with me. When you do inner child with me, this is what we get into. I forgive you. Forgive me, for I did not have the knowledge that I have now is going to allow me to exceed where we were at then. This is your apology to yourself. I'm taking over now, and I promise that I will expand this space into our innocence of our heart and deal with the things that you bring to my attention. This will lead you to the aspect of the apology and that forgiveness. Because after you apologize and you came to that state of forgiveness, it's now thanking. This is where a lot of motherfuckers get hung up on based on the aspect of thanking. Can you thank your mother for what she did? Can you thank your father for what he did? Can you thank your stepfather, your uncle for what they did? Can you thank your little brother, your big brother, your sister, your aunt for being a little too touchy-feely? Can you thank them for what they did? Because until you can thank them for what they did, that means you cannot forgive them. Until you forgive them, you can't accept it. Until you accept it, you can't acknowledge it. Everything leads back to that fucking shadow work. Can you thank your mother for what she did? I can thank my mother for stealing from me. Because she taught me the definition. This is the crazy part. Until I was able to thank my mother and forgive my mother for stealing from me, I had a false narrative. With my mother. For everybody, every chick that came into my life, I made them owe me something. So I was practicing the manipulation route of being a fucking asshole to them and making them feel like they needed me. And never allowing them to grow. So I would always augment information. And I always had the information. I would just augment it to them. I wouldn't give them information to help them grow. Now, whether it's sister, mother, brother, girlfriend, whatever the fuck it may be, they're coming to that space. My main thought process is to always help them grow, to always give them the information to provide and protect them. That's the true aspect of you doing the real work. Until you're able to do that without the bias. If I give them information, if I give them this information and they look at me, they're going to leave me. You got to leave that thought in the fucking distance somewhere. Because as long as you hold on to that thought process, you ain't going to do this work. Exactly. When I watched Venom, I was like, nigga, this whole movie for crazy to me. When you coming into your space to the reality of what you want, here's the reality of doing what you want. Doing what you want takes more discipline than doing what you can. Right now, what you see with a lot of people, they're only doing what they can. And you can tell they're doing what they can because they're triggered by stimulus checks. They're triggered by, oh, I got this, a little bit of this, or I got a little bit of this. They're doing what they can within their space. When you're doing what you want, such as me, you're doing what you want, shit lit. Spirit said, let me do a collective reading real quick. That resonated with motherfuckers. That's your build. I just did a collective reading. I just gave you the aspects of the shadow work. We breaking that shit down. If you do a shadow work consultation with me, we're gonna break down the shadow work consultation real quick. There's a video in here when it does it. In a shadow work consultation with me, we're gonna pull. We're gonna do a quick one real quick. I'm using my tattoo deck. Might as well. The first card that I pull is going to be based on what you need to forgive, what you need to accept. The second card that I pull is what you will need to forgive. The third card that I will pull is what you will need to, I just said, accept, forgive, and release. Forgive, accept, and release. The fourth card that we pull in your reading when I do a shadow work consultation is the aspects of what you will learn. The fifth card that I'm going to pull is where you're going to find the aspects of the healing and release. The sixth card that I'm going to pull is going to be the aspects of where you're going to find your help. And since we just did that aspect, and I just pulled 6 cards real quick. For the collective, if it resonates with you, hit me up. You hit me up. 910. I'm actually putting the number in right now. Let me put the number in right now. Everything's in the description. So I never put the number in there. We'll put the number in there today. Today we're going to do this work. 910 777 7708. My phone number that I use for my business line. That's the number. So if this reading resonates with you, hit me up. Hit me with that text. If you follow me on Facebook, Rock Caller Needs is on my Facebook name. You follow me on Instagram, Papa_Lucy666, or you can always hit Gotta Call Alchemist LLC. What you need to accept is in the aspect of the 10 of Wands. The 10 of Wands represents the completion of a cycle. Remember, 1 through 9, 10 is the aspects of the completion of the cycle. 1 plus 0 equals 1. That means you're starting into that cycle. The 10 of Wands represents you need to accept that the energy that you put into all of those spaces that you were in is done with. You need to accept that your energy is no longer going to be susceptible to those spaces. It's no longer going to serve a purpose within those spaces. What you need to forgive yourself for is the Chariot card, which is you moving forward. So what you need to forgive, what you need to accept, is your energy ain't going to serve that purpose where you at right now anymore. It's done. What you need to forgive yourself for and accept is you moving forward. What you need to release from, which is written in the aspects of the Empress, is the thought process of nurturing with your old energy. You need to release from the aspects of feeling guilty for moving forward in your life. That's what that Empress represents and illustrates. What you are about to learn is nurturing yourself. Queen of Wands, she a bad one. She a bad one. That Queen of Wands is nurturing your own energy. This is what you're about to learn. Is nurturing yourself in your own space and your own energy. Where you're going to find your release at is embracing the aspects of your energy, the knowledge that you're receiving, how you're applying it. This is where you're going to find that release in that healing process, and you taking in the information for the first time, for the first cycle, for the first time in your life. You're taking that energy in for yourself, and you're allowing yourself to go into that space. Where you going to find healing and recovery is in the aspects of that 10 of Wands. This is where you're going to find the peace. All those cups that you were filling up your entire life, you trying to fill everybody's cup, try to keep everybody good, it's done. That's why the 10 of Wands and the 10 of ended and began in that reading. Because it's the end of cycles. It's the end of those cycles. It's the end of those cycles for y'all. How you used to feed that space to keep yourself thriving, you noticing that you get more and more tired. You noticing that you trying to have boys nights out, you trying to have all them nights out, you trying to escape. You need to look at it based on the impulse, based on you trying to escape from shit. We done with escaping. Stop trying to escape it and sit there with that information. Sit there in that space. Get that fucking work for yourself. That's your key. I desire you to be the fucking best because I desire myself to become the best. That's the reflection. That's why I assimilate and create. In the physical realm, Godical Alchemist is the foundation. No, Godical Alchemist is the foundation. Papa Lucifer is the structure. I'm in my divine purpose. The healer, the shaman, the teacher, the student. That's you within your divine process. Learn your 70-30. You need help determining that 70-30? The number's in there. It's all in the description. I desire you to be the fucking best. I support, I appreciate, I'm much gratitude to serve that purpose. Because me serving my purpose, I'm not coming back here because I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I want you to be the fucking best. Share, subscribe, and share the lecture, the information that you get. Let it do what it's supposed to do. It's going to make some people angry. It's going to make some people happy. It's going to make some people sad. It's going to make some motherfuckers question their life. That's what it's supposed to be doing. I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to make you get better. Because I'm not here to make myself feel good. I'm here to make myself better. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. But if you're interested within a reading and you want to do more, if you want to do a reading and you want to do a more personal reading, you want to do it to yourself. When we do a more personal reading with yourself, the number 910-777-7708. If you follow me on Facebook, Rock Caller Nijas, hit me in the inbox. If you follow me on Instagram, follow me on both. You follow me on Instagram, Papa_Lucy666. Hit me in the DM or hit me at GodicalAlchemistLLC.com. Hit me at the number. And we gonna do that build. I want you to be the fucking best. That's all I desire is you to be the best. No motive except you to, no motive other than you to exceed the space where you at right now. I want you to be the fucking best. Y'all got me live right now. Spirit got me live right now. Spirit got me feeling live right now. Woo! I appreciate that support for the aspects of the growth. Oh, yeah. In the next couple of days, what did you want? What did you want? What did you want? Let me go look at this cash app real quick because y'all banging the line right now. Let me go look at the cash app real quick. Let me go look at all this aspects and stuff. Mrs. TMI, are you Venetia? I want to make sure because like everybody didn't drop stuff in here. Oh, I got a reading in. We got a card reading in. I'm gonna do a 4-card. I'm gonna do a reading for her real quick for Sheena. Sheena came in. She wanted to get a reading real quick. Venetia wanted to get her reading real quick. Whatever you drop in, that's we're gonna do their reading. My man, Alchemist. Oh yeah, love Alchemist. We need to get together and do a build because we need. The spirit that led me to that. We need to do a real build on doing a podcast episode and doing some builds on some builds on the shit because the shit that you be dropping and the shit that I be dropping, we about to set some niggas on fire. I didn't send it. Okay. Miss TMI, we about to do your nice. I'm about to do her. We doing readings all day. All right, cool. First, Miss TMI, then we're gonna do Melanie P. I'm gonna do 5-card general readings. We're gonna do 5-card general readings for both of them, for both of the goddesses in the building. Get them into that space. Ooh, shit, cards flipping off. We're gonna do a nice little general reading for both of y'all. No problem. Everybody coming in getting that service. This is what we do here. Gaudica Alchemist LLC is all about building. We all about growth. We all about the aspects of the building. If you're not in the aspects of your built and your growth, then what do you want to do in your life? All right, cool. But ooh, 2 cards fell off top. First card is the 2 of Cups. I'm doing Miss TMI first, and then we on Melanie P. I got you next. We got the 2 of Cups, the 9 of Coins, the 3 of Cups, the Ace of Cups. You got a lot of cups. You got a lot of abundance. You got a lot of abundance. You got a lot of energy flowing towards you into that aspect. As we looking at the aspects, I'm gonna break down the aspects of these cups because I'm always teaching. Let's go into the 2 of Cups. There's a lot of cups within this space. Cups represent water, or the element of water, so it represents the element of flow. Coins represent the aspect of the earth, so it represents the aspects of your grounding. So when we're looking at aspects of the cups, the aspects is the flow coming into that harmony, that flow. When we look into the cups, we're looking at what you're grounding yourself into. The aspect of the 2 of Cups, it illustrates that harmony within the balances of yourself. So right now, Mrs. TMI, you are now in a space where you're coming into the harmony, that harmony with the growth, that harmony within the growth of yourself. That growth within that space where you at right now, you are in a good space. You're in a good head space. I'm getting that vibe and feeling that energy, like you're in that space. You've been doing that work that you've been needing to be doing. You've been stepping forward. This is illustrated within the 9 of Cups. This is illustrated within the 9 of Cups. Now that you're within this harmony of that balance, it's time to ground yourself in that growth. Any seed that you're trying to plant right now, based on business-wise, relationship-wise, whatever it is, it's time to plant that seed and allow it to be planted. Allow it to take root. Because illustrated within that 3 of Cups, that 3 of Cups is representing that championship of you filling. The 2 of Cups represents the balance of the aspects of the harmony. The 3 of Cups, if we look at the 3 of Cups, it illustrates 2 cups of that unity, of that harmony, now filling that cup that's based on you. So when we're looking at the aspect of the cup being based on filling into you, that cup is being filled. Now you're filling your own cup. That leads you into the Ace of Cups. That seed that you have now planted based onto yourself, based onto that growth, based into the harmony for yourself. You're about to see, as you sit there and allow that shit to fill into your own cup, now you're focusing on yourself and you're growing. You're about to see this state right here of it's about to start overflowing. Here's the key of that cup overflowing. As that cup overflows, you're going to meet a lot of impulses that are going to challenge you based on, let me respond to this impulse and let me do it this way. Let me send you this impulse this way. This is going to be your main cup to focus on, and everything that's filling your cup right now is based on everything that you've done up to this point. That shadow work, you working on yourself, you tapping into yourself, that love of yourself, you moving into yourself. This is going to go into the aspects of the 4 of Coins. The 4 of Coins illustrates, as we look at the 4 coins, with my deck, when I read it, you see the snake going around biting his tail or trying to reach around and bait his tail. That's the aspect of the works. I need you. The spirit is saying to that aspect. My grandmother came through. Keep focusing on your work. That is going to be your benefit. That's going to be how you grow. That's your benefit. That's your benefit. The road, everything's opened up for you in the aspect of the abundance. You planting those seeds. I've seen you on Facebook. You planting the shit with the aspects of motherfuckers detoxing. Continue taking that stuff inward based on your works. Continue your detoxing. Continue detoxing your friends list. Continue detoxing that contact list. Continue detoxing. Now you're in the natural state where it's going to keep doing it by itself. All you got to do is show up now. For you right now, all you got to do is show up. For you right now, all there is right now in the space for you is showing up. All you got to do is show up. You've done the work up to this point. All you got to do is keep showing up, keep doing what you're doing. Everything's in the space for you. You within the harmony, within your balance. Much gratitude for that donation. The next reading, we got Melanie P. We're going to do her reading next. Let me put these cards together for her. Y'all got to excuse me because I'm reading things as we're reading things together. We're all in this together, guys. All right, cool. Melanie P, you up next. For you, I'm feeling an oracle reading for you real quick. Let me go get those cards. The spirit got me for Melanie P. They got me in the oracle, so we're gonna do a very in-depth for her for the oracle. I'm gonna pull 3 oracle cards for you. This is This is gonna be that gate opener for you. We're gonna build from this. Spirit got me in that. And just because it resonates with her, don't mean it don't resonate with you. If it resonates with you and you need that aspect, you better come in and get that. All right, cool. We got the oracle deck. I'm gonna pull 3 cards of the oracle. We're gonna pull 5 cards of that. We're gonna do a very intense for Melanie P. Because the spirit they saying drop it. Aspects of those fragments. So we're gonna start focusing on those fragments within your aspect. The aspect of moderation. So that oracle is teaching the aspects, so you need to learn to that that hug. Like earlier today, what Mrs. TMI is talking about earlier today, I initiated a process of take 10 minutes to hug yourself. Take 10 minutes to hug yourself. Don't pick up your phone. Don't pick up your vices. Don't pick up any devices or your vices. Sit there for 10 minutes to hug yourself and experience loving yourself. We can say all day that we love ourselves and all of this shit. Hug yourself for 10 minutes. What do you feel? What are you experiencing? But let's get back into that. So for Melanie P, we got fragments, we got moderation, and we got the aspects of preservation. So when I'm looking at this deck, immediately what I'm reading is based on the fragments. The old fragments of how you maintain yourself, these are what you're going to have to start looking at within moderation, because you also, like reading you being a Taurus, it's that natural rebellious nature to try to take it all at once or try to challenge yourself all at once. The old fragments of your old self, of that old state of your mind where you were at. It's time for you to acknowledge these fragments, and in moderation, you're going to be looking at that preservation aspect, because a lot of times we use these fragments and we try to keep them whole, and we skip over the moderation aspect and we think about our self-preservation based on that old identity of ourselves. For you, those fragments, it's time to take them into moderation and look at them separately. Take this time to yourself, look at them aspects separately, and look at how they're keeping you in a state of preservation. What are you preserving? Let me get a bottle of water. Spirit got us in here working tonight, boy. Spirit got us in here working tonight. We got to earn it tonight. Taking to the aspects of the preservation. Matter of fact, what the fuck? I don't give a fuck about that. Go here. Turn that up. There we go, right there. Oh, we back. We good. We back in the building. We back in the building. So look at those old aspects of your life. Look at those old aspects that are coming up. I'm sensing the mother. I'm sensing old relationships. Look at those aspects and what are you trying to preserve in your life right now? Are you trying to preserve that old narrative of yourself? It's time to allow those old cords. It's time to allow those old cords to fall away so you now can come into the aspects of yourself, which is going to lead us into the aspects of those 5. Spirit got us moving hard. The Spirit's got us moving hard. All right, cool. We're going to do a nice little shuffle on these real quick. Oh, shit. All right, cool. We good. Do. So 5 cards off the knot, 5 cards off the top, 5 cards off the top. Hey, 4 cards off the top. No problem. Much gratitude. We're going to go into that. The aspects of the moon represents the aspects of changes. So that goes into the aspects of those fragments. Them fragments that you're now going into the moderation with yourself is being illustrated into the reservation of your changes. Now it's time to invest into the change. That's what the moon card represents. This goes to the aspects of the 6 of Wands. Until you embrace the changes that are needed to happen into your life, you're not going to come into the harmony. The 6 represents the aspects of you coming into the new aspects of creation. 6, the cycle. Remember that cycle, that 6 cycle, that represents the aspects of you coming into your space. And you like, I really need to. What do I want to build myself into that new space? That takes us to that 3rd card. That is the world. Pull one more card. The 4th card is the Hangman. And that 5th card is the 10 of Swords. We'll go through each one of these cards real quick. The moon represents, as I said earlier, the aspects of change. So now that you're taking into moderation those old fragments of your life, or how you were existing, how you were moving forward, now you're looking at a state of, you're always going to be, everybody's in that constant state of self-preservation. For you, it's embracing the preservation of the authentic self versus the old aspects of yourself. So now you're coming into this state for yourself now where it's like, I'm in a space where I'm back where I'm always at. What do I need to learn within this space? This is the energy that we're feeling. Until you're coming into that balance with yourself of understanding why you keep coming back to that same space, what these triggers are, what triggers you to be rebellious, what triggers you to be stubborn, what's keeping you stuck within that space, you're not going to come into that peace. Until you come into this peace, because 6 is right under 7, 7 is that number of creation, you're not going to be able to come into this new aspects of building your new world. If I'm not building my own, if I'm not building my new world, if I'm not focused on building my new world where I'm at, fuck time, fuck my age, fuck where I'm at, I can always rebuild. The Hangman represents the suspension. You're hung up on where, right now, you're hung up on, if I change myself, if I do these things, if I preserve my authentic self, if I come into my true self of me, then what's going to happen to me next? What's next? This is what is next for you. The 10 of Swords represents the completion of those cuts, those wounds, those bruises, those wounds being reopened, those bruises being reopened. But that's only if you embrace the investing in your change. If you stay within that space, you're only going to be keep the Ten of Wands also illustrates those old wounds being opened up within you. I'm opening up old wounds. I'm opening up the old aspects. I keep opening up these old wounds. I keep going back to these old aspects of myself. I keep going back into these old spaces. Why do I keep going back to these old spaces? It's time for you to sit with yourself and be honest with yourself. Become vulnerable with yourself. I know it's going to be scary because you've been vulnerable so many times and you did it based on the external aspect. The love that you're going to have, the love that you're about to build into yourself, building that new world, preserving the authentic self is going to be based upon you coming into your space based on vulnerability and being open and honest with yourself. Defining the things that you want to take forward and setting the boundaries of how you want to step forward. That's going to be your power. That's where you at. That's where you at right now. You are now in a space where you feel yourself reverting. You feel yourself wanting to revert back because you're feeling like maybe this time that's going to change. Maybe this time is going to be different. I'm here to tell you it's not going to be different. It's going to be the exact same thing. So you have a decision to make in yourself where you at right now. Are you going to accept the same or are you going to invest into your change? Are you going to invest into your change or are you going to accept the same? Are you going to evolve or are you going to basically repeat? That's your key. That is your key. Y'all got me out here working for it, boy. Working them readings. But that's where you at right now. Taking that into a general scape. I'm going to read another time from this book. Y'all came to play today. All right. Will we finish the reading? Oh, yeah. I'm going to read. We're going to get this reading in there and we'll do that closeout. If you have questions, you want a reading, hit me up. Like, drop it in there. Ask your question. If you want to get your more personal reading, if you're interested in doing a podcast build, if you have a product or a service, let me know. We can do that build. You can become a sponsorship. You can become a sponsor and get a plug in on the Plug Talk or a plug in on Plug Talk or plug in like I will create a commercial for you or a message spot for you within that. All we're doing is building over here. Oh yeah, here it is. It is terrible to feel oneself rich, to feel oneself superior to this or that fellow because of this reason or another. People like this cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. That means you cannot enter your higher self. Much gratitude. Of course, it's going to be on that point. I want you to grow. It is worthless to discover that what flatters us, what sacrifices us, our vanity in this. Exactly. This is your year. You just got the sign. This is when we understand any signs. You just saw that 15-year-old girl shoot herself in the head. 1 + 6 equals that cycle for you to use that. This means this is also a bigger aspect for that. That 15-year-old girl has transitioned. Her energy is now free. Before that energy is now defined based on her being a martyr, this is when you're using that energy and taking that forward and transmuting that energy that has now just been released into the ethers and tapping it into you investing into yourself. She was a symbolism of the old aspects of you dying, and now it's time for you to exactly invest into yourself. Will show us the foundation we depend upon. Nevertheless, Such type of observations must be not something merely theoretical. We must be practical and observe ourselves closely in a direct way from our instant to instant. When one becomes to comprehend his own misery and nothingness, when one abandons the delirium of grandeur, when one discovers the foolishness of so many academic degrees, honors, and vain superiorities over our fellow men, then it is an unmistakable sign that one is beginning to change. If one clings to that which says, my house, my money, my properties, my job, my virtues, my intellectual capacities, my artistic capacities, my knowledge, my prestige, etc., then one cannot change. So clinging to the mine or the my is more than enough in order to prevent recognition of our nothingness and our interior misery. It's time for you to make that change. What are you going to do to make that change? What are you going to do to invest into your change? I provide the service of shadow work, that shadow work consultation, and that therapy in that confidential space to help you learn how to build that space. I'm simply going to sit here and you have the tools. I'm going to show you how to use those tools. The key for your growth, the key to you becoming exactly everything that you desire is behind the aspects of that shadow work. I don't know why I hit that button. Sorry about that. We just got it dark for no reason. But we building over here. That's what we do. I desire you to be the best. This week's episode of the God Hour podcast is the full circle effect. The full circle effect. It's available on Spotify. It's available on iTunes. All you got to type in, I'm going to put it over here. We putting everything in the description tonight. I don't know why I spelled that wrong. Type in God Hour podcast and get it tuned in to tap out. If you're interested in doing a build on the God Hour podcast, doing a build episode, hit me up at set calling needs, hit me in the inbox, hit me in the DM. If you have a product or a service that you provide and you want to get a spot on the God Hour podcast, hit me up so we can talk about the pricing for sponsorship, for you giving into the sponsorship, monthly sponsorship, and get your commercial built, and we build your commercial based on that, or get you plugged into the plug talk for free, all that good aspect. I want you to be the fucking best. I desire you to be the best. I need you. I desire you to be the best. As you shift and you elevate, watch everything elevate and shift around you. It will do exactly what it's supposed to do. You're going to start seeing the motherfuckers that are stuck where they at, and you're going to be able to respect them for being where they're at. You're going to start seeing individuals for the aspects of that they want to evolve and they want to be challenged for change, and you're going to see that too. This is you coming into your assimilation. I would desire you to be the best. I love you. We love us. That reading, hit the number. You want to build on service? You want to ask about services? Hit the number. Because I desire you to be the best. Better not episode of Friday Night Lectures. Stay tuned because throughout the week, I am going to be dropping the information. Matter of fact, we're going to do it right now. Fuck it. By the beginning of February 1st, I'm going to be opening up the aspect for the subscription for the God Hour podcast. Not for the God Hour podcast. We just said that. The Occult Alchemist Secret Society and Book Club. In the Occult Alchemist Secret Society and Book Club, we are going to be doing builds based on books such as this. Like this is one of my favorite books. It's my bedtime book when I read before I go to bed. Revolutionary Psychology and many other books. It is going to be a subscription service. There's going to be 2 different subscriptions, so you subscribe to the service. Similar to Netflix. If you grab the premium subscription, the monthly subscription, the premium monthly subscription to the Occult Alchemist Book Club Secret Society, what you're going to get is, if I say this month's book is Revolutionary Psychology, if you do the premium subscription to the premium subscription to the Zoom class, you're going to get from me, I'm personally either going to send you a PDF version, or I'm going to supply you the book. That means your email, I'm going to get your address, and I'm going to send you the book. I'm going to send you that. I'm going to get the discount code. I got the discount on the book. I'm going to send you the book. That way, when you come into that class, when I break down that book, you're going to have that personal book. If you choose to go get the book yourself, more power to you. I love you for that. You're going to get that price, but you're going to have to purchase the book. You'll have to purchase the book yourself. Regardless whether you get the premium or whatever subscription you subscribe to, you're going to get the syllabus. You're going to get the email, the text message alerts of when I'm going to start the class. And then you're going to get the Zoom code. You'll get the Zoom code. It's a different Zoom code every month. You'll get the Zoom code in every single aspect of that book. And then I'll see you in class. Everything we doing over here is building. I want you to be the fucking best. Exactly. This shift is real. What are you investing into that shift? That is going to be a key. What are you investing into that shift for you to grow? I want you to be the best. Oh, yeah. Also, stay tuned for the guided meditation that I'm going to start doing. We go into Zoom for the subscription to that. I love you. We love us. Only a few of us were chosen. From the few that were chosen, only a few are going to walk through that door. Even fewer are going to go into that darkness. And only the chosen few that are ready to take that jump, ready to not come back, are going to build within that darkness. Which one are you? Be honest with yourself. I love you. We love us. Ashe.